Okay, my mic was muted the whole time. I was talking away and you guys couldn't hear me. My apologies. Can you hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me. I'm so sorry. My mic was muted that whole time. Hey, I'm echoing now too. That's good. Ah, shoot. No, no, no. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Oh my lord. Okay, so I'm glad people can hear me now. My apologies for the echo. Yeah. Maddie has already had a moment with Dr. Wolf, and the reason why I am drawing this is because we were in a chat the other day, and we were, myself and Doc and a few others were reminiscing over, like, some of us have been doing YouTube for almost a decade, so we were, like, discussing, I started my YouTube channel in 2011, but I didn't start making content on a regular basis until 2013, which was also, I believe, when Doc started making content. So we started making content around the same time. He started before me, but echo from Silverstream. Is there an echo? There must be a major delay if you're hearing the echo just now. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we were reminiscing and I shared the very first fan art piece that I drew for Doc, and he pointed out, no, that's not the first piece you did, because the first fan art piece you did for me was for the moment with Dr. Wolf we did. And I said, yeah, that's the first piece that I showed you. It's not the first art piece that I did for you, but you are right. That was the first art piece. It's just not on my DeviantArt. So he was right. I'll tell you something, the puppy has an amazing memory. Anyway, after I saw the moment with Dr. Wolf, stuff I did in like 2013, I thought, I'm gonna redraw that. It's not going to be used in a video or anything on Doc's channel, it's just something I wanted to do. 30 seconds, yeah, that is the usual, but it used to be 7. So, but then we are streaming something it's not a game or anything, but the delay can be quite substantial. So if I hide the characters for now, because we're just going to work on the background. Okay, so what I was saying during the time when my mic was muted, Quiz, Viking Fairy, thank you for turning up, and I hope your laptop gets fixed soon. I know how difficult it is to use your phone for everything, especially for like streaming. Don't worry about modding the stream or anything, because it's kind of difficult to do that on a phone, so no pressure. I don't think we'll be all that busy today anyway, so hopefully we won't have the spam bots this time. I've been redrawing a lot of my old art pieces for a while. Some of my MLP stuff, some of my other stuff. There is a reason for that. I'm not saying it over a live stream though, because it's not official, but yeah, there is a reason. I'm just going to turn my music down a tad, it's kind of loud for me. Let's see. I'm just listening to some good old acid jazz. I like listening to acid jazz while I work. Also, you know what? I am gonna go for a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Very quick bathroom break, which I should have done before I went live, but whatever. I'm an idiot. Okay, I'm back. Let me catch up with the chat here. Quiz, can you send me a recommendation after the stream for acid jazz? Sure. I mean, I tend to listen to more chilled out acid jazz, that some of it can be a bit more energetic than what we're listening to right now. It's just nice chilled out background stuff. I mean, a lot of it, like, I'm just using Epidemic Sound, which is licensed free music, so a lot of it isn't, you know, a lot of it is synthetic. I mean, most acid jazz is synthetic, but I'm talking like the song you're listening to now, that's clear that that was recorded like real instruments instead of a synthesizer. So yeah, I will try and find stuff that I think you will enjoy. How has your day been? Well, it's just after 1 in the afternoon for me where I am. I am on the east coast of the US, so it's early afternoon. So just spent most of the morning just catching up on regular housework and stuff like that, and doing some admin stuff, etc. And yeah, nothing all that exciting. Just trying to figure out what I'm doing today. And yesterday I decided, hey, well, this morning, early this morning, about 1 a.m, me and my husband were discussing what I could work on today. And he said, hey, you should do a live stream. And I'm like, yeah, I should do a live stream. So I said I can do a live stream while I'm working on the line work for this Dr. Wolf piece. And what I'm doing is I'm going to make the background a separate piece, because I really need to work on backgrounds, and then add the characters later. So what you're looking at right now is the development sketch, well, the final development sketch. It can take, this took most of the day yesterday. I didn't save any of the preliminary stuff. Let's hide this. Okay, so if I bring up the original, let's see if I do this. You know what, I'm just gonna, wait, I've got this saved somewhere, don't I? I'm sure I've got this saved somewhere. No, I don't. Okay. That's frustrating. It's fine, I can just go to DeviantArt and get it from there. But yeah, what I was saying when I was the reason why I'm doing this, I can't remember if I've said this already while on mic, but been doing a lot of redrawings of old pieces and reminiscing about how some of us that are doing YouTube, some of us are celebrating 10 years of being on YouTube. I've had my YouTube channel since 2011, but I didn't start making content seriously till 2013, and that was the same year that Dr. Wolf started as well. And so we were reminiscing over what my first MLP fan art piece was. So I drew Sleeping is Not Magic, which was an art piece of Twilight sleeping and snoring obnoxiously loud. I tweeted that out yesterday or the day before, and then I showed Doc the first fan art piece I did of him, and he said, that's not the first fan art piece you did of me, because of my OC, because you did it for our Moment with Dr. Wolf thing. I'm like, yes, you're right. So then he showed it, and I was like, damn, I need to redraw that. That's a terrible picture. So let me bring it up so you can see the comparison between the two. Let me see. It's not, I just said earlier it's not on my DeviantArt. Why am I looking in DeviantArt when it's not even there? That's dumb. I'm dumb. Okay. I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry. I should be more organized than this, but this is what happens when you do a spontaneous live stream. I did have it. I mean, it's not... No, I deleted it. Okay. That's fine, because it usually comes up when I just enter it in Google. Yep. Look at that. It did. Well, the thumbnail for the video did. Let's save it. It's got text on it, but you can more or less see what's going on. Alright, so where are you? There you are. Boom. There you go. It's kind of really small, really bad resolution, but you can see kind of what's going on. And if I put it next to here, the layout's more or less the same. I just opened things up a bit more, and the dog doesn't look like a squirrel anymore. So we're going to go for more or less the same colours. His character's going to be red, and the sofa might not be purple, it might be grey instead of purple. I don't like the purple sofa here. I don't like that. Let's see. Oh, Peppermint Presents reminds me, are you open for commissions? Also, I still love the Mogans from Klaus you made me. Oh, I'm glad you still like it. I'm not open for commissions right now, but I hope to open for commissions soon, maybe later this month, so keep an eye out for that. Maybe on the 17th of September, but I haven't made an official announcement yet, so don't hold me to that. And when I do open for commissions, they tend to fill up quite quickly, so yeah. I mean, sometimes my commission slots fill up within 3 days, so I'm very grateful for that. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, it's amazing. I'm very grateful for that. But there are other artists that are open for commissions I can recommend. I know Lightning Bliss is open for commissions right now, and so is Brogar, and I think James Cork is. Don't hold me to that. And another artist who is also a fellow Scot, let me see, get their online name right. Ali Cat, I am Ali Bally B, is open for commissions right now, and I will post their stuff in the chat if I could. Alright, fine, let's do it this way. boom, there you go. I ordered a couple of commissions from them. They're a really dear friend back home in Scotland, so they do all kinds of really cute stuff, so give them a shout. I don't know who Galaxy is, but cool. I like that that's good that they're open for commissions. Alright, let's get back into doing this. Yeah, I've ordered 2 commissions from Bliss, 1 from Brogar and 2 from Ali. Because I was looking for my lanyard the other day, as you saw on Twitter, and I couldn't find it, so I'm thinking maybe my lanyard is back home in Scotland. So I thought, well, maybe it's time to make a new one. So I thought I could draw up my own characters to go on there, or I can commission other people. And I'm like, well, I got a little bit of money in so on Patreon, so let's use that and commission other artists. So that's what I've done. Probably well, only Ali's and Blissy's will be on the lanyard. Rogar's will be that's just something for fun that I'll have on my wall. But it's weird, I don't really commission other artists that often at all. It's not really something I've done a lot of. So it's not for any particular reason. I think it's that I don't really have a reason. I think it's that I'm so protective of my characters. When other people draw them, I'm like, sometimes they'll get the eye colors wrong, and I'll get hung up on the little details because I'm like, is that a reflection on my drawing? Have I not made it clear? Like, say someone drew Mary Sue for me, which I was really grateful for, but they made her eyes blue, and I'm like, her eyes aren't blue, they're actually amber. So I'm like, maybe I should make it clearer. It wasn't like a comment on their artwork. Their artwork was amazing, and I was really grateful to receive the artwork. But in the back of my mind, I was like, you've drawn your character crap because they got the eye color wrong, you know? So I guess that might be a reason why I haven't commissioned people, because I want to make sure that I'm not being pedantic about silly details like that, because obviously when I draw someone else's character, it's going to be my own interpretation. Might it be of the art that they've drawn themselves of their OC, or they've commissioned other artists to draw it. It's like, there isn't such a thing as a wrong interpretation, but if you get something like eye color wrong, to me that's a major no-no. It's dumb, but yeah. If you could, would you attend UK PonyCon 2022? I will not be attending UK PonyCon 2022 because I'm in the process of immigrating to the US. I've been here since last December, and last time I was at UK PonyCon was in 2019. That was before the lockdown happened and all that kind of stuff. So and I was there 2 years prior to that as well. And that's a con I highly recommend. And as a vendor and a panelist, the con took very good care of me. And there was one year, I think it was 2018, where I was really sick one day and I had a panel to do. I was vending, I didn't have an assistant with me, so I couldn't really leave my table as much as I would have liked. So I was asking neighbours to watch my table for me, which I hate doing, because they've got their own table to run. I shouldn't have to do that. But I was really sick, and I felt so bad because my table was really busy, but I was really sick, so I had to like leave the hall for an hour or two, and the first aider was with me because I was ready to pass out. I don't know what was wrong. I was just feeling like I was going to throw up. Someone had to give me like a hair tie to keep my hair out of my face in case I did. They gave me basically they took good care of me, so I highly recommend it. Maybe attend in another year. I don't know, it really depends, because now I live in America. Going home is problematic. So yeah. But yeah, the staff at UK PonyCon, they take really good care of their guests and vendors. They really do. They give you like little gift packs, and they come and check up on you, make sure you're doing okay. That I had some security problems one year, and you know they gave me someone stayed with me and like looked after me and made sure I wasn't getting overwhelmed with all the attention I was getting, because it can't be it can be overwhelming. It can, and me being the shy being that I am, and I also have Asperger's, so that can be a problem too. And when I've had my fill of social interaction, my brain just shuts down. I just can't do anything. So I end up either just sitting and crying because I can't leave, or I just get really grumpy, and that's not a good thing to happen at con. And when you're vending like for the whole day, so and you can't leave, so it's vending is a lot of hard work. So I mean, I love doing it. I really miss it. I haven't vended at a con since 2019, and I really hope that maybe next year I can get back into doing it. So, but we shall see. Well, I've already moved here. I moved here in December 2021, but there's all the paperwork that comes with moving to another country, which I'm still in the middle of, which is a logistical nightmare that I can't go into detail about in a live stream for legal reasons, but you can imagine. Charles B., how often do you dye your hair? Okay, so I discussed this in another live stream, I think, and in a highlight reel for the last live stream I did, I left that part in. For those that don't know, I have blue hair, and it's maybe just maybe a couple of inches, 3 inches past my collarbone, and my natural hair color is actually strawberry blonde, which some of you have seen, maybe in photos or when I attended a con when I stripped the hair color. You have to bleach it every 6 weeks to cover the ingrowth, and even if you're blonde, you have to bleach it to get it the blue that I need it to be. But every 2 weeks you need to top up the blue, because the blue does fade over time, so it like washes out and stuff. So every 2, maybe 3 weeks I recolor it, which is a big job. It can take, if I'm bleaching it as well, it can take 3, maybe 4 hours to do, because the application process takes so long to do. Then you have to leave the bleach in to work, and then you have to wash it out, and then you have to apply the colour, leave that to develop, and then wash that out. So it can take a while. So I try to only do it when I absolutely have to. Well, my very first time at a convention, I was a vendor. My first convention ever was Brony Scot, which was Scotland's Brony convention. I started doing that in 2014 and did that consecutively right up until 2019. And I decided to retire from that con, but that was the last Brony Scot anyway, but we didn't know that at the time. And I was a vendor. I was helping behind the scenes with the prep for the con, and was the MC, one of the MCs for the last year, or well, for my last year and the last year of the con. So I kind of dived into the deep end when it came to conventions. I was just like, right, I want to sell my stuff at cons. How do I do it? So I did it at the small Brony convention first. Then I ventured out and did vending at, for want of a better term, normal conventions. I vended at Edinburgh Comic Con in 2017. That was when I met Sarah Richard, who, those who don't know, she's one of the artists for the Rick and Morty comics. She also illustrates the MLP covers, and like she does her own independent publishing. She does tarot cards and all this kind of stuff. And she's one of my favorite artists and one of my favorite people on the planet. She is adorable. So I met her in 2017. Then in 2018, when I was vending at BronyCon for the first time, I made a note to go and say hi, and she remembered me, so that was really cool. And then 2018, and she basically rugby tackled me when she saw me, so I'm like, okay, you're a friend for life. And then she came over to Scotland for a couple of weeks, so we were able to hang out, which was awesome. So I really hope I get to see her again at some point. I haven't seen her since 2019, so I miss her. Yeah, there's a lot of people I haven't seen since 2019, so Silver Quill being one of them, so I really hope to see him soon. But we shall see about what happens next year. I really don't know what the future is going to hold, because so much has changed within the last year for me. It's just figuring things out. Yeah. The first convention I was given a badge was not all conventions give out badges to vendors. Some of them, they just give you like the bands the same as the attendees. They're just a different color. But what vendors tend to do is that they'll wear lanyards with their name on it, so people know that it's them, because not all YouTubers and artists show their face online. I mean, I've done vlogs and stuff, so, and sometimes I'll have the camera on when I'm live streaming. Not doing that today. I'm still in my PJs, so not doing that. Or you'll have your character that you use as your avatar online. That's how most people do it. Or, you know, they'll have that, but the first con badge I was given as a vendor was at UK PonyCon, I believe, in 2017. So that was cool. Hi, Frost. I met Sarah. Richard introduced me to Andy Price, which was cool. I mean, he was busy working on stuff, so he didn't really give much of a conversation, but I didn't want to interrupt too much, so I just left him to it. But I would like to speak to him again. I really want to read his I can't remember the name of it, but he does comics with, it's in a Disney style with dogs, but it's like really dark. I can't remember what it's called. Maybe someone in the chat can help me out with that. But yeah, I'm hoping that I'll get back into the con scene next year. We shall see. I can't confirm anything. But there we go. Okay, right, yeah. What's my favourite Hasbin Hotel, Hell of a Boss character design wise? Millie. I love Millie's character design so much. Plague of Dogs, thank you. That's what it's called. I really well, Plague Dogs is a movie, but Plague of Dogs, I think, is what it's called, that I'm referring to, that Andy that works on. But yeah, Millie's design is just awesome. I love the body shape, I love the colour, I love how she has a gap in her front teeth. I love that. She's not a stereotypical, like, well, she's short and she's pear-shaped, and I'm a pear-shaped, so I'm like, of course I'm going to love that character design. And she's short and cute and sadistic, and, you know, I like that. I know most people, they'll say like Luna or Angel. Angel's design is fantastic as well. I love Angel's design too, but Millie's my favourite. I find sometimes when I watch Hasbin Hotel, like, from scene to scene, and I know this is like a general thing when it comes to pilots anyway. Sometimes the character models are off, and that frustrates me, especially with Angel. His design seems to change in every scene he's in, but that's also because it's different people animating him every time, I think, so or them, I should say. But yeah, it's I like it. I like their design. Truth be told, I see Millie as Imp Maddie without the hat. Yeah, I can see that. So I'm just drawing Lady Wolf here in a picture frame on Doc's bookshelf. We're just implying it here. I'm kind of replicating Lucy's design a little bit here, and with T-Rex plushie, that was Dusk Flare's design, which I've replicated over, and I have permission from Dusk for that, she offered, so that's cool. And it's just in a picture frame, because having your spouse near you in your workplace represented in a photo frame is something I think is very important. So, and also Lady Wolf is lovely, she's adorable, and the person she's based on is also adorable, so, because I've met her, so, and she's a sweetheart. Painfully shy, but she's really sweet, just like her husband. So we've got a picture of Lady Wolf here, and then Tyrek, Doc's brother, or one of his brothers, up here, and then I've got a model of Fluttershy here as well. Well, let's see, where did you first become a brony? 2013 was when I first started watching the show. Have I heard about Luna in Mexico? Yes. Would Mary get her own solo moment with Dr. Wolf? I don't think so, because Mary Sue is very much a comic relief character, so she is best as in a supporting role. So when I did another moment with Dr. Wolf, when Maddie and Mary were both present, Mary was able to have some sincere moments, which was the first time we've had moments like that with her. There was quite a big character development for her in that video. So, but if she did have a moment with Doc on her own, I think she would probably talk about wanting to experience what accomplishment looks like or feels like, because Mary can do anything and everything instantly and be the best ever, so she doesn't really understand what the feeling of accomplishment. So maybe that's something that she could discuss, but I don't think that will ever be a thing. Was I aware of the Brony fandom before 2013? Yes and no. Like, I knew there were fans of MLP, obviously, because it's been a franchise since the 80s, but I didn't know that there was a community online that made like analytical videos until 2013. And I was like, oh, I make analytical videos of Disney movies and other things. Maybe I should start talking about this show because I really like it. And things took off from there. Don't worry, Chris. Thanks for coming. Okay. Send love to Chris, the Viking fairy. She's lovely, adorable. I want to send hugs to her. How did I meet my husband? We met through friends online. Long story short, he would game with people online who happened to know friends of mine, and we were introduced to each other. This was back in 2016, I believe. And then 2017, I was given the opportunity to come to BronyCon, and he said, "Oh hey, I'll come and see you. I'll come and visit." And I'm like, "Okay, that sounds good." And so between that time, when I told him I was coming, he made his feelings clear that he was interested in something more than friendship. So I'm like, okay, but there's the distance, that's kind of scary. But I was like, well, I'm coming to America for a couple of days for a convention. Let's meet up and see how things go. So I wasn't committed to anything. I just wanted to see how things went. And then we met face to face, and then that was it. It was clear that there was something there. So I think it's important that for us anyway. I'm not going to make my experience dictate what other people's experiences should be, but for me, it was important to know that we need to meet face to face first before we made any kind of official commitment. The distance was a factor, and other factors in regards to my history when it came to relationships was a factor, so we needed to make sure that we knew where we both stood in that regard. So yeah, so we met first face to face in 2017, and so that was really good that we were able to do that, and I'm very grateful that I was only really able to do that because Silver said, "Hey, you can vend with me, so you can come along and just have like a little part of my table where you're selling your stuff and you can help me run my table." And I'm like, sure, happy to do that. And I had experience vending anyway, so I'm like, well, this won't be all that new. The only thing that will be new is that it's a bigger convention and maybe more people will know me, so I did it. And then I had the opportunity to meet I was able to meet Lightning Bliss, who I was friends with online already. She helped me out with being able to come as well, which I'm very grateful for. And Dr. Wolf, of course, who I don't think I would be on YouTube without. So yeah, Doc means a lot to me, so there we go. Need I say more? Alright, so we're just drawing in details here with the books. We're not getting too hung up about it. It's just to say, hey, these are books. So I'm not going to put like titles on all of them. I mean, maybe I will, but we're just implying it right now. Have I ever bought a plushie from Blissey or Silver? No, I haven't. I wanted to, but they were a little bit out of my budget and I didn't have the space. So no, I didn't. Maybe one day I will, but right now, no. And I don't think Silver does plushies. I was not at Everfree Con in August for their 10th anniversary. Maybe I'll be there next year. I really don't know. We'll see what the future holds. We shall see. I would like to, because I've heard nothing but good things about the con, so if friends that I know are going, then maybe I'll consider it. Maybe myself and my husband can go. Who knows? Ideally, like, I can't really go to conventions as an attendee because I'd rather, like, because most of them are on the other side of the country, I'm like, I really need to make sure that it's financially viable. So ideally, if I go to a con, I need to vend to cover my travel costs. Also, as an artist, if it's the opportunity to vend, I'm like, let's be sure I can vend. Okay, so 2x tail is there, so that's fine. We'll just, nope, that's intersecting on his tail, so let's fix that. Make this big a little taller. There we go. That looks good. I like it. I mean, if there's any other cons, and I don't just mean MLP cons, if there's any other cons that people would like me to go to, then let me know and I will see if they're doable, because I would like to start doing cons again. Do I still have the plushie Kiyoshonie made for you? Okay, so the plushies that Kiyoshonie made of Maddie and Mary were made to be auctioned off, so that a percentage of the money raised was donated to charity and the rest was put towards my funds for moving to the US. And there was one person that won both of the plushies and paid quite a lot of money for them, and he gave the Maddie plushie back, so we still have the Maddie plushie. We don't have the Mary Sue plushie. That's still with them, which is fine, and one day maybe in the future we might ask Kiyoshonie to make that plushie again, because Mary means a lot to me, so, and she was the plushie was a big part of the proposal, so that would be good to have a Mary Sue plushie again. Although she's quite big, and I love Kiyoshonie's work, but right now it's not in my budget to have the plushie made, so maybe in a couple of years, but we shall see. Maybe if I do cons again next year, I can bring the Maddie plush with me. That blew me away, that someone would pay like a 4-digit sum for 2 plushies and then just hand one back. I'm like, really? The generosity in this fandom is crazy. A lot of people were there when it happened, because it happened in front of my table, and we just so happened to be doing a vlog at the time. I mean, a small part of me hoped that maybe that would happen, but I was like, no, that's not going to happen, because you ordered these plushies to be auctioned off. This is to help your move, so, you know, that's what they were made for, so they're going to be with someone else, and you can have them made again. It's perfectly fine. But no, we still have the Maddie plush. She lives with my mother-in-law right now, so we don't really have an awful lot of space where we're living right now, so that's living with her. So if we do if I do decide to have the plushie made, then yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. Maybe means a lot to me, more than people really understand. Like, people might think, oh, she's just a comedic character, which she is, but what she's based on is something I may go into more detail one day, not in a live stream, but yeah, I think some of you that know me well might understand what that may be, but let's just focus on what we're working on today. anime festival. I'm not really an anime person. I mean, I do watch anime, but I don't know if I would actually go to an anime convention. I find that a lot of the time with anime, in my experience, it's like if someone asks, "Oh, you're an anime fan," and then they'll just list off a random anime, and if you haven't seen it, then they say, "Oh, you're not a real anime fan then," and I'm like, "You're gatekeeping an entire genre." It's like, that's really unfair. Like, if you're gonna ask someone, "Hey, have you seen this?" and they say no, then be like, "Oh, I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it." Be like that. Don't be like, "Oh, you haven't seen this? Oh, you can't be a real fan then." I hate it when people do that. And maybe I'm guilty of doing that myself, but I'm just like, why would you do that? Like, come on. That's not right. Actually, I don't think I'll have lines on this one. Just, it's meant to be just one of those plastic models. Is Fluttershy is Doc's favourite character on MLP. So Fluttershy needs to be in there somewhere. Well, I'm just talking from my own experience. I'm not saying that all anime fans are like that. I'm just saying that I've experienced that from, like, a small margin. You know, I mean, in any fandom you're in, there's always going to be people like that. In any like, I was in the Star Trek fandom. I'm only getting back into it now, and for me, in my experience, the Star Trek fandom, the Trekkies are the most toxic fandom I've been in, and there is a lot of gatekeeping in that as well. So, I'm just talking about my experience. So yeah, let's stop talking. I know I'm talking on Doc's behalf here, but it's like the soft-spoken, kind, all-loving character is the one Doc loves the most. I don't know if it's all to do with the fact she's soft-spoken, kind, and shy. I think it's more to do with Fluttershy having very similar insecurities. I think that's what draws him to her, but I don't know, I could be wrong about that. Like, for me, like, my favourite character on the show is Pinkie Pie. But I know I'm nothing like her. If anything, I'm more like Verity. And Verity also means a lot to me, but she's not my favourite character. Pinkie Pie is. Because her insecurities are similar to my own. So, I mean, there's some of Verity's insecurities that are mine as well, but with how Pinkie Pie deals with her insecurities, I find that's more or less how I would. Like, you get paranoid about whether people are being authentic with you. That's one of Pinkie Pie's worries and insecurities. Verity's insecurities are more about whether people accept her creativity and, you know, her reputation and stuff like that as a businesswoman. And to me, yes, I relate to that very much. I think also Pinkie Pie's energy, although I don't have energy on any level to her, but I do get really excited and enthusiastic about things that don't really seem to matter to other people all that much, or at least, like, I was surrounded by people that made me feel that way for a while, and you know, I would talk about something and they'd be like, everything you just said to me was just gobbledygook. I'm like, oh, okay, I just won't talk then. You know. So when I see a character like Pinkie Pie who gets really excited to the point where she's talking like she can't stop, that's sometimes how I get when I'm talking about something I get excited about. Some people who have been in calls with me when we watch Disney movies will know what I get like, but it's not because I like the movie, it's because I like talking about the behind the scenes stuff, all the production art and all the animation errors and all that kind of stuff. That's the stuff I love talking about. And sitting watching an animated movie with me is a nightmare because I will just give you a running commentary. Who do I miss in Scotland? I miss my family and friends. Yeah. Of course there's people I miss in Scotland. I miss my parents and my aunt and uncle, and I have a small family. I don't really know, most of my family, but yeah, I've been very public about what I've gone through since 2020. For those that don't know, my sister passed away in 2020 after a short battle against cancer. So there's moving away after something like that was not easy. So there's that. But I mean, talking about her briefly in a live stream, she was one of my biggest supporters. She didn't get the whole brony thing. She didn't understand that at all. But when I said to her, basically, people feel about MLP like how they do about Star Trek. And we grew up on Star Trek. We loved Star Trek. So when I said that, she was like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'm like, yeah. So like people are really into the lore and how the stories work, how the character arcs and all that kind of stuff. And we would talk about that about Star Trek. So although she didn't like MLP whatsoever, we still were able to like connect the dots, so to speak, in why I liked the show. I just said, hey, it's basically the fandom is similar to the Trekkies, but they're called bronies instead of Trekkies. And she's like, oh, okay. That's cool. Well, she was really into like Marvel and DC stuff, more Marvel than anything, and she loved Doctor Who, and you know, she was really into science fiction, and her main thing was Star Trek though. She loved Star Trek because that's what we grew up on. So that was it. Okay, so what's going on here? There's a book lying on its side. I think that's what's going on. Can't quite tell. I kind of roughly threw these together. Oh lord, what was I on when I drew this? None of the lines are straight. Jeez, okay, that's fine. These books are packed together. There's lots of them, and they're all kind of narrower than the others, so I think it's to give like a busy area above a rather empty area of the chair down here. I think that's why I did that. It's for the sake of balance. Yeah, that works. Books. Yes, indeed, books. And people love how I say the word books, because Americans say books, but I say books. Oh, really? Another bathroom break? Okay, fine. Alright, I'll be right back. I need another bathroom break. Stay hydrated, kids. Oh, also, save your work. That would help, too. I've totally been saving my work the whole time. I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. Let me just move things around on my setup here. There we are. Okay. Now this chair, the pattern in the chair isn't right, so I need to grab reference for that real quick. I know most of it will be hidden behind dock, but I need to get it to look right first. So let's see, how can I do this? It was heavily referenced. I just didn't save the reference because I'm dumb. So let's see, it's no, that's not quite it. I mean, you guys can't see what I'm doing, but I mean, this one's close, so I guess I could use the pattern for that one. It's just to get the... It's not a pattern, but it's like how the fabric's been fixed to the chair. I want to get that to look right. Okay. I'm here. I hope people can still hear me. I know nothing much is happening on screen right now, but I am adding detail to Doc's chair. Not too much, but just fixing a few details here and there that I didn't get quite right in the sketch, so I really want to make sure that I get this right before I move on. Nope, that needs to go the other way. Yeah. Okay, so it's not embroidery, but why? Oh, there we go. It's not embroidery, it's like, you know what, I'm gonna just, there's 3 at the top and then 2. Okay, so this one got 3 and 4, but this one isn't as wide, so it should have 3 then 2. Okay, that's good, that's fine, I can work with that. 1, 2, 3. And then it's like a diamond shape. So I did kind of get it right when I roughed it in, but this area here is more square. How did I do that? I'm getting kind of hungry. I want something to eat, but I don't know what I've got in that would be substantial. I've got chicken noodle soup. I might make some of that later. A lot of the times artists will just sit and stare at their art because they're thinking. And that can look like we're not doing anything, but I've always had the opinion that drawing or creating in general is always 70% thinking and 30% doing. And I think a lot of the times that people don't spend enough time thinking. This is all opinionated, but that's how I feel. And that's how you end up with a bad drawing, because it's not that you can't draw, it's that you don't think. So then things don't end up looking right. So, and I've had that happen to me. I don't think enough sometimes when I'm drawing stuff, so things end up looking screwed up. How's that looking? So then this needs to line up here. I'm also wanting to have this piece be usable as just a background as well. That's way too far over. Okay. Let's move this over here. That's better. Okay. Measure twice, cut once. It applies to more than woodworking. Absolutely. We're not literally measuring here, and we're not literally cutting either, but the saying metaphorically means the same thing. When you're measuring something, you're thinking, you're calculating, you're planning. And then when you cut, you're executing the final step into the creation, which more often than not can't be undone, or if it can, it takes a while to get back to it. With digital art, it's easy to correct a mistake because you can just go Control-Alt-Z. But, you know, when I say it's easy, I mean it's convenient. It's not necessarily easy, because it's only easy if you catch the mistake early enough to be able to use that keyboard shortcut. So if you can't find it, then, you know, if you don't catch it in time, rather, it can cause problems for you later down the road. so the lines are straight at the top, but here at the sides they're actually straight, so what I just did was not right, so let's correct that. The ones on the side, the lines need to come this way. Alright. I am drawing Dr. Wolf's office, or at least my version of it. And there's lots of different versions of Doc's office. Sometimes it looks like it's an actual literal office, or it can look like a cozy living room, it can look like something out of a Tolkien novel. It really is like so much different interpretations of his office. But I've always pictured it as more like a stereotypical therapist office with the gentleman's reading chair and then the sofa and then books on the side. Some people have, like, on the wall they'll have like a certificate of their doctorate and stuff, but I'm like, well, Dr. Wolf's not an actual doctor, so I don't really believe in doing that. So I'm like incorporating things that represent what I know about the OC. So I've got Fluttershy on the shelf, and then a picture of Lady Wolf, and then a little plush of Tyrek, his brother, at the top, and then just a little cup of tea. I don't think Doc drinks tea, he's Mormon, but I've drawn a little cup of tea there anyway. Because as far as I know, Mormons can't have tea, so, or they can't have caffeine, and there's caffeine in tea, so yeah. Oh, fill out the back of the chair, it's right here. Okay, that looks okay. I'm happy with that. Let's just add some crease lines here. Texture. Doc's office is the TARDIS. Console room, ever changing. Yes, but one thing we all know is that he doesn't have a bathroom in his office. But we only know that because of a moment with Dr. Wolf I did where Mary's like, you have the best bathroom ever, and then at the end he's like, wait, I don't have a bathroom in my office. Okay, so that right there is not going to work, so we're just going to draw a light line right here, and then another one here. I'm just going to add little studs. All the joy that Mormons exhibit is completely natural and not caffeine induced. That's terrific. Yeah. There we go. That's nice. And I may put some studs here, but I don't want to make it too busy, so maybe I'll just leave it like that. Maybe... See, the studs down here, I don't have any up here, so it doesn't look balanced, so I need to add it in somewhere. I think I'll add it to the side, right here. No, that looks kind of reptilian. I don't like that. Maybe once it's colored it will be okay. Oh, I know. I've solved the problem. It's fine. I can just add them here. There. Nope. Alright. Just gonna sit and stare at this for a minute. Like, how does this look? It looks cozy, it looks neat. I just need to add the rest of the books on the bookshelf and then add the detail for the bookshelf, the bookcase itself. Yeah. We should be good to go. And then there's Doc sitting in his chair right there. If I these layers together, you can see there he is in his chair. So, like in the old piece, I've got Doc sitting in a chair, but the chair is the same size that it would be for a pony. So I thought, right, I need to make it so that the chair that Doc is sitting in looks like it was made for his size. So that's what we've done here. Alright, let's bring back the detail and hide Doc. Alright, okay, so all of this may seem like it's very tedious and it takes forever, which it does. That's just the nature of doing backgrounds like this. They can take a long time. And if you screw up in this early stage, it can have a domino effect to later. I should be a carpenter. I didn't design it, I literally replicated it from a chair that's already been designed, but I appreciate the sentiment. I'm starting to get hungry. Ah, Lord. Why? Well, I know why, but, like, why? Chris, why is it you just find really creative ways to hurt yourself? Like, how do you even manage that? Like, is it just a you thing, or is it something that just men do in general? Because I share a house with my husband and, like, and two others, and they're both male as well, and they just find ways to hurt themselves, and I'm like, how? Just how? Like, and I'm like, do you need a band-aid? I'm like, no, I don't need a band-aid. I'm like, well, stop complaining about it, man. You're not going to put something on it to make yourself feel better and then stop talking about it. Background drawing reminds me of back-end programming. A lot of repetitive, highly detailed work that exists to support what goes to the front, making it very important. Absolutely. To me, this is the most important part, and I see, because I have a trained eye, I can sometimes tell when a background has been rushed, but someone has, the artist has really good understanding of colour. And I understand that because I'm the same. I rush to the color stage because I love coloring so much. But the line work and the composition of the piece is totally screwed up, so no matter how decent the color work is, if your line work sucks, it's gonna show. And I'm terrible at line work, so I've been working really hard at making it sharper and clearer and not so feathery. And sometimes that is a stylistic choice, I get that, but I really want mine to be sharpened up a lot more. So, yeah. Oh, so you're admitting it's not just a you thing, it's a male thing. Ah, okay. That's interesting. Don't blame you 100%. Too much oil came off the chicken and almost fell off the tray. It was either me or the pupper. Ah, so you sacrificed your well-being for the puppy. I understand. I appreciate that, but please don't be stupid. Like, too much, like, you didn't add oil to the chicken, did you? Like, how, I don't want to, like, what? Wait. Too much oil came off the okay, but I'm not going to question it. One moment, I'm being messaged by my mother, so family comes first. If I get a message while I'm live streaming, I'm like, oh, she's talking to me, I better talk to her. So, so if you're hearing me type, this is why. So give me a moment. Oops. Okay, one sec. That. Oh. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, there we go. Mother calling, absolutely. Hey, because of the time zone difference, because I'm in America and she's in Scotland right now, it's 9 p.m. for her, almost. So if I don't talk to her now, I won't be able to talk to her until tomorrow. So that's why I'm talking to her right now during the live stream. That's the Hey, I love my mother. I'm not ashamed to say so. It's cool to love your parents, okay? I know everyone's different and everyone's parents are different, but yeah, whether they're blood related or they're like they're guardians, or you have people in your life that hold that position of, you know, a parental figure in your life. I'm not just talking like literal birth parents, like, because not everyone's the same. But yeah. Alright. I try to be not a literal open book, but there needs to be a level of segregation between real life and your persona online, but when I'm live streaming, I'm just me. You know? That's who I am. I'm not gonna put on a show and pretend I'm someone else. Like, in my videos I'm Maddie. When I'm live streaming, I'm me. There's a difference. And I like having that difference there. It means I'm not putting on a show, so to speak. I'm just being me. I'm in a different mode when I'm drawing than I am when I'm making videos. And I do have editing I need to get done for Doc, actually, now that I think about it. But, it's fine. I can get it done later. Alright. Oh, my favourite 80s music artist. That is a really good question, because I love 80s music. I'm more of a 70s era person, but like, I swear I was born a decade too late, like, in regards to my taste in music. Just to make sure I get my eras right in regards to 80s bands, because I might get the 70s and 80s mixed up, I always do, but let me see. Guns N' Roses is one, Metallica, of course. My husband likes Van Halen, or Halen. Yeah, Bon Jovi is another one. Let's see, who else? Blondie is one I love. Whitesnake. Totally not going through my music list right now and trying to remember. But my all-time favorite band ever is Aerosmith. So I can't believe I didn't say them first, but yeah, they're my all-time favorite band. The Pretenders as well, they're good. Kiss, of course. Queen. Yeah. I mean, I model most of my everyday aesthetic after 70s and 80s kind of fashion, more of like grunge rock or like punk a little bit, or um, rockabilly. Sometimes that's more of like 40s, 50s kind of thing, but there's some of that has like eased into the 80s era of rock music for sure. Kitty. My mum just sent me a picture of a cat. Oh. I like to what? Oh, okay, you deleted the message. Okay, fair enough. Power metal. Let's talk about power metal for a moment. Power metal is my favorite genre of music. So you've got Halloween, Rhapsody of Fire, Blind Guardian. I'm going to call Nightwish power metal, but I guess their like earlier stuff is, I suppose. Dragon Force, Glory Hammer, all that kind of stuff. Brothers of Metal, as Chris mentioned as well. Yes, these are all amazing bands. Like speed metal, traditional metal. So like it's usually infused with some kind of other genre of music. Usually, you know, usually have like some sort of fantasy element in their bands. Like there might be pirates, there might be Vikings, or knights, for instance. So, they're very much empowering and positive, kind of encouraging. A lot of these bands, most of them are also veterans, so they'll sing about PTSD sometimes, about their experience with that and things like that. And I have PTSD, so that's it. It's more to do with a lot of them are veterans. I'm not a veteran, but I do have PTSD, so it's not calming, but it helps to kind of not vent that part of you, but like, well, yeah, actually, yeah, I'll go with that. It does help you vent that part of you, but it's in a positive way. It's like a lot when people say, oh, I like heavy metal, a lot of people think that it's all just shouting and like really like raw roaring stuff. I'm like, no, there's some amazing bands out there that are really like declaring positivity. It's great. I love it. It's not for everyone, I get that, but when I discovered it, I'm like, where has this music been all my life? I mean, I was already a heavy metal fan and into rock music, but power metal? Oh my gosh, yes. I think the first power metal band I discovered was Ailstorm. They are a Scottish band that I've seen live a few times, and most of you will know who Ailstorm is. They're probably like the most famous power metal band. Probably the most accessible as well. All they sing about is being pirates and getting drunk. It's great. I mean, I don't drink anymore, but it's still fun to listen to now and then. I stopped drinking almost 2 years ago. I am completely sober. Okay, I need to slow down with these books. I'm getting a bit sloppy here, so let's make sure that I get these to look right. Although having the books at the bottom looking a bit more dog-eared than the rest does kind of make some sense, so maybe it will be okay. I'm not really into like new wave, like electronic stuff. Like some of it I am, but I don't think I would go out of my way to listen to it while working. Like if we're out driving, then fine. I'm happy to listen to pretty much anything while we're driving, but oh, that's terrible. What on earth was that? There we go. There we go. All right. There's a lot of Finnish bands I like. Korpikani, I believe, are Finnish. They're great. I mean, most of their songs are in Finnish, but they're some of the, it's just a song about. There's a song that's just about vodka. It's great. And it's even funnier when you don't drink vodka. I don't like vodka. I tried it when I was in college, and I'm like, this is like drinking lemonade. I don't like it. There's nothing to it. And maybe I just had a really bad batch of vodka. Maybe if I had proper vodka, like Russian vodka, I would feel differently, but I don't drink anymore, so that's not going to happen. Well, I'll say that, but I'm like, would it really hurt to have like one beer with a dinner or something? That would be okay, surely. Like if I'm out with friends, maybe like have one drink. I mean, I stopped drinking when I was on medication when I couldn't have alcohol, and then I was like, I don't actually miss alcohol all that much, so I just didn't start drinking again. So maybe I might do it. I don't know. Maybe not. So I want to look after myself. I want to be sure that I'm in my late 30s now, so I need to be sure that I'm looking after myself properly. Trying to eat right, trying to exercise when I can, which is kind of difficult, but I can start with eating right. So, and one of the best ways to lose weight is to not drink alcohol. Alcohol puts on so many calories, it's crazy. Power metal band Angra. I don't know. Let me look that up on my phone real quick. It's annoying, like I can't use Spotify on my PC because it won't let me log in on my current Facebook profile. It will log me in on my old one, and no matter what I do, it will just log me into the old account and not my new one. And the new one I've had for a few years, but for some reason when I try to do it on PC, it logs me into my old Facebook profile, which is really stupid. So I just use Spotify on my phone, and this is a new phone, so for some reason I'm able to log in on my current Facebook profile on my phone but not on my PC. I'm like, what? So let me check. Come on, just go back to the homepage please, thank you. Spotify. Yes, drop it into the music tab on the Discord server. Yes, please. Yes, I do have a Discord server. It's for my Patreon supporters, and if people want to join that, you can support me on Patreon. To join the Discord server, it's just $5 if you want to do that. If not, that's perfectly fine. I can send a link here. There should be in the description, but YouTube's layout now, it hides the description, so you have to click more, which is really stupid. I misspelled spontaneous in the description. Oh well, whatever. There is a link in the description to Patreon, but let me just find a link for that right here. There we go. So if you want to join the Discord server, just go to my Patreon and support me on there. This helps to fund my content. It's basically, I treat it like most people do, like a tip jar kind of thing. So there you go. You can do that if you want. It's fine. Oops. I have two phones. I have my UK phone and my US phone, and just now I've got them both next to each other. My UK phone is a Huawei, and my USA phone is a Samsung. But the Samsung phone is a lot bigger than the Huawei, so yeah, I'm paying off 2 phone contracts right now. Well, 1. Okay, let's see. It's because some things I can't get access to on my US phone, so I need my UK phone. So, like, if you've got the double authentication thing for certain things you log into, you get texts, and most sites that I use have my UK mobile number, so I have to still use that because it's a long story there. Okay, the band I'm searching for is called Angra. Am I following you? I am not. Okay, this is a band I have not listened to. I will listen to them later. Thank you for the recommendation. Right, let's see. I think I'm going to make some French toast. I think I have a couple of eggs left. I can make French toast. I'm getting hungry, so I'm probably going to stop in about 20 minutes. To get something to eat. During the live stream I was having with Silver Crow, apparently when I told him how I make French toast, apparently he said, I've been doing it wrong all these years. I'm like, how have you been making French toast wrong? It's like the easiest thing in the world to make. Like, what? Just put a couple of eggs in a bowl, mix it together, add a bit of milk, dip the bread in that, and then chuck it on a frying pan, flip it a few times, then slap it on a plate. Easy! It's like one of the first things I learned to cook. I learned to cook that when I was 5. It was like, what? How could you not know how to make French toast? Like, what? Okay, should I line work the rug first and then the wall? Oh yeah, you have I know some people, they'll put the eggs and they'll have syrup mixed in with the batter. And I don't like that. I like, if I'm going to add syrup, I'm going to just sprinkle it on the top. I'm not going to have it actually in it. Because I might have mine savoury. I like mine with a pinch of salt and some barbecue sauce. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, so when I say French toast, that means a completely different thing to me than it does to most Americans. Because Americans love their sugar. They have everything with sugar. Like, I remember going somewhere for breakfast and every single breakfast item had sugar on it. So I thought, okay, I'll just have the fruit salad. And it arrived and it was covered in castor sugar. I'm like, what the heck? I can't even have a bowl of fruit without sugar. Come on. It's crazy. Why? Just why? It's one of the things that I find frustrating about America is their attitude to food. It's There's so much processed food. It's very frustrating. And like back home in the UK, we would cook our own food a lot. But here, it's like you eat out all the time. And that to me is very unusual. Like going out to eat back home for me was a treat. Like you did like maybe a couple of times a month. And some people who live in the US go out to eat every day. I'm like, how can you afford to do that? That's crazy. So, yeah. Okay, so for this next part I'm inking the rug. I've decided to do the rug next. And because it's underneath everything, I'm doing it on a separate layer. So if I need to erase anything, I can do that. What I don't want to happen is I don't want the rug to be under the bookcase, so I really need to get the angle of this right. And because it's a round rug, that's quite problematic to get right. It's not just sugar, it's the amount of salt in everything as well. I mean, I'm okay, like I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but I don't mind having some chocolate every now and then. Or like I'll have a donut maybe, but there's some people that just live on sugary things all the time, and I'm like, because sugar is an addictive substance, so you have to be very careful with that. It's like I only really, soda for instance, I only really drink soda if I'm out to eat, or if my husband happens to bring home my favourite soda, which is Cheerwine. Well, my favourite soda in the US anyway, which is Cheerwine. Then I'll have that, but I wouldn't have it all the time, you know? Like, if I really like something, I'd rather have it as a treat rather than something I'll have every day, because if I have it every day, I'll get sick of it. And I'm surprised that other people don't get sick of having the same kind of thing every day. I'm like, with all the variety that Americans have when it comes to food, in my opinion, you guys don't know how good you've got it with the amount of choice you guys have for what you can eat. Not everywhere is like that. You're spoilt for choice. You really are, and it can be overwhelming for someone like me who finds it very difficult to make a decision. Like, what do you want to eat? I don't know. Even if once we've chosen a restaurant, I'll be in the restaurant, I'm looking at the menu, and I'm like, I can't make a decision. So sometimes my husband will pick something for me because he knows what I like and what I can't have. I don't eat red meat. I also can't have cheese unless I've had my dietary supplement. So half the time he'll be like, well, you can have this, or you can have this. So I'm like, okay, so that narrows down the choices, so that helps, instead of just looking at this menu that's got like hundreds of things to choose from on it. So that's a big help. And I'm not saying I'm like that in America. I'm like that everywhere. It doesn't matter. It takes me forever to make a choice. Alright, so we've erased the lines that overlap the chair. There's a little bit, it's a little bit misshapen, so I might correct that. Like, just bring it down just a little bit here. Bring it up a little bit. There we go. Okay, so this is why I've done it in a separate layer, so if I need to move it, I can, and it's not going to be a big deal. "10 minutes until I stop to make some French toast. And I'm hoping there's eggs left, and if there's not, then I'll have to have soup instead. That's the only other thing I can have that's there. If memory serves. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to draw the couch. I'm keeping the couch quite contemporary. It's not going to have all that much detail on it compared to Doc's chair. It's going to be more modern and streamlined, whereas his is more like a reading chair, like a gentleman's chair kind of thing. Because in my personal taste when it comes to furniture, I prefer to have a mismatch of styles. As long as the colours work, then fine, but if you've got a chair that's got a lot of detail like that, it tends to stand out better if you've got simple things beside it. If you have furniture that's in a similar era to that chair, then it's just going to get drowned. So I'm kind of going to approach that with this drawing as well. And get rid of this line here. Okay. And this needs to be parallel with this chair in regards to where it's sitting on the floor. Hey, I need to increase my smoothing. That was a terrible line. There we go. That's better. I don't like you using the line tool, but if I use the smoothing tool, then that means I get a straight line, but it's not dead straight. It's just straighter than it would be if I did it freehand. So, there you go. Just a little art tip for you there. There you go. I mean, when I did the bookcase, I needed it to be straight, dead straight. Because, well, it's solid wood, so I did that. I might bevel the edges a little bit, but Tools are to be used. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. I know there's a plant there, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. I just want to get the couch shape first, and then I'll erase the lines once we add the plant. Ooh, hello. There we go. So you're coming up just a little bit here, and then the armrest here. That was good. Okay, so this is a bit thicker at this side because it's closer to the eye. Why is there two there? Why? No, shouldn't be that thick. There we go. Alright, so this comes like this. So Maddie's sitting on this couch, which is a two-seater couch, but I've kind of screwed up the distance between the cushions, but that's okay, because half of it's going to be covered up with her body anyway, so it doesn't have to be perfect. As long as it's believable, that's fine. Some of the curves in here with the top cushion, lines here as well, here. I hope people aren't bored. I'm just kind of just doing my thing. Maybe we'll get more people coming when colors starting being added, because that's usually what happens. Like, people will see, oh, color, because yeah, like line work can be boring. It can be boring, and let me tell you, sometimes it's boring to actually do it as well. Labeling your layers, what's that? Okay, get rid of you right here. Right there. You. There. There we go. Alright. Better. Contemplating. Okay. I like it. Contemplation is good. Let's bring you around like that. Okay. Again, you're going to be covered up with the plant pot, so I don't know why I did that, but whatever. It can be, well, maybe boring's not the right word. It's boring to watch for people, I think. Like, I don't really watch art streams myself. Like, I'll listen to the only, that's a lie. I watch Aaron Blaze's live streams, but that's because most of his live streams aren't really art streams. They're more Q&A streams, so you're asking him questions while he's working on stuff. So you can ask him questions and he'll answer. Like, that's great. But I wouldn't sit and watch an art stream like what I'm doing right now. I'm just like working on a drawing and just talking. Like, I don't really do that myself. So when other people do it, I appreciate it, because I'm like, this can't be exciting content. I'm just sitting talking. Like, I appreciate it though. Alright, let's increase this. Okay, so the line work, there's just the panels on the walls behind everything. Is I was contemplating on adding pictures on the wall, but then I thought, you know what? That might be too busy, so I thought, let's have a paneled wall, just like how it is in the original. Okay. I'm just looking up reference for the wood paneling, because the sketch that I did, if I bring it back, I think it can look a bit more uniformed. It's just looking a bit bland. So let me look up some. I mean, I like that. That's nice. Yeah, the line going in the middle between the lower panels and the top is way too thick. Okay, that's fine. I can deal with that. Let's bring you down and hide everything else. Okay. It's a Joey! Hi, Joey! Hugs for Joey. Fun fact, kids, most lab work consists of taking the same measure 5 times, seeing it being inaccurate in all of them, and admitting that reality is an illusion. Yes. Pretty much, yes. Okay. So the line is more or less here. And then another line right here. Drawing lines, it's kind of beveled a bit here, so I'm just going to fix that a little bit. Okay, there we go. So what I'm doing there, I'm holding down the control key, so it basically allows you to free transform stuff without having to go into the edit transform thing. You are as tired. Okay. Well, I really appreciate you coming to my live stream, even if you are tired. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Get rid of you there. We are drawing the Popper's office. Or my version of his office. yeah, you know what? I'm going to make that straight line. That line's annoying me. So let's hold down the shift key, find where the line starts and find where it ends. Wait, no. Find where it ends and just do that. It would help if I made... This is going to look too big, but yeah, it's too big. Let's make it 4 point and do this. Yeah, okay, that's much better. How do you do such detailed backgrounds? I take my time and I study each element. Like, say for the chair, I practice drawing chairs. For the teacup, I practice drawing teacups. The coffee mug, practice drawing mugs. The books, practice drawing books. You know, and then you can put all of these things together, and that's how you get the detail. Because you've gone through the effort of understanding each element separately, instead of trying to draw everything together at once. So it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of commitment, but if you can do it and you have the patience, because it definitely takes a lot of patience, you can do it. Okay, so we're just using the shift key right now, but I'm gonna have to do this line, okay, as a guide, aren't I? Yes, I am. Great. Okay. Oh, that's the thought. I could just duplicate this panel. I am so dumb. Okay, it's not cheating, it's saving time. Okay, let's do it with the next panel. Okay, so I do this, edit, copy, edit, paste, and then I can just do this. Sometimes I forget that you can use shortcuts. There's nothing wrong with using shortcuts. Okay, let's see. Ooh, that looks good. I like that. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, let's see what it looks like with everything else. I mean, it is obvious I've just mirrored it, but it's fine. It's fine. It's just the background it's just the walls behind everything. It's not going to be the prominent feature, so it's fine. A tourist in... Every now and then I forget to look at the chat, so forgive me. Okay, so Charlie Odinoku. A tourist in NYC asks a street musician, "How do I get to Carnegie Hall?" The musician responds, "Practicing, man. Lots of practice." Yes. Welcome back, Wushi. Alright, so I know some people have just joined, but I'm going to stop for a food break right now. And no, I don't have a break picture. Like, last time I live streamed, I realized, hey, I don't have my break picture anymore. Where'd that go? So I'm going to add one right now, but it means going to my DeviantArt and stealing my own art. That's okay, I'm aware, but if someone else did it, then that's a problem. Okay, so it's an old one, but whatever. Break. There it is. Alright, so if I just copy this, I need to redraw that, that's terrible. Break time. Right, let's do this. Add image, add source, add new source. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Wait, no, I don't want that. Why are you there? What? That's not what I wanted. Okay, let's. Ah, okay, yes. Alright, right. That's not what I told you to do. Why? Why did you do that? No. Why? OBS, it's not OBS. Streamlabs OBS is dumb. Just saying that now, it's dumb. Okay, fine. Save the image instead, then, instead of importing it like I should be able to do. It's stupid. Boom, there's a break image. I'm going for some food. Be back shortly. Jeez. I'm back. Can I make a complaint? I only had one egg in the fridge, so I only had enough to have one slice of French toast, which makes me sad because I usually have like 4 slices. I thought I had an egg. I thought I had 2, but there was only 1. I think that was because someone else made like they put breadcrumbs on some pork, so they needed egg to brush the pork. So it's fine. It's not like they were my eggs or anything. It was just because memory serves. It's like, I have 2 eggs left, so I can make French toast. No, I only had 1, so I have like a lonely slice of French toast, which is more milk than egg, but whatever. It's still food and it's good. Better than sitting eating processed food. Good old bread and egg. What more do you want? What more could you possibly want? A knife maybe to cut the bread, because I'm trying to do it with just a fork right now. That's stupid. Although I've got like whole wheat bread, which somehow tastes sweet and I don't understand why. Maybe I picked up honey bread by mistake, I don't know. Still good though. You're still keeping yourself fed. Precisely. And I've got a Twix salted caramel bar. There was 2 in there, but there's only 1, so someone else had the other one, but that's fine, I don't care. I mean, it was in the fridge, so the fridge is free reign. I don't care. Alright. I say I don't care, but I do. It's chocolate. Someone else had my chocolate. I'm not happy. But then it'd be like, if you don't want someone else to eat your food, don't keep it in the fridge. Okay. Yum. Ah, no. Don't fall off. Okay. I figured I would just come on mic seeing as I've only got 1 slice of toast to eat. It won't take me too long to eat it. I'm so glad that my mother taught me how to make this when I was a kid. It's one of my favourite things to cook, and it's so quick. What kind of chocolate? Twix salted caramel. Which I can't get in the UK, or at least I couldn't get it where I lived. They might have it there now, but if I have to have a favourite kind of candy, it would be salted caramel. So whenever I see salted caramel stuff, I'm like, I have to try that. But the best candy I've had so far with salted caramel is the Twix salted caramel bar. Apart from salted caramel fudge, of course, but that's expensive, so I don't have that too often. So you're gonna hear the noise, like ASMR, of candy wrappers right now. I worry when I live stream that because I'm not playing a game or anything, there's not really much going on. I don't have someone else in the call with me. It's just me, so I worry that, you know, people will lose interest. I hope you brought enough for the class. Deer can't have chocolate, so no chocolate for the deer. You like chocolate chip muffins? I like blueberry muffins. In fact, when we go to the store later, I'm going to get some blueberry muffins because they're my favourite thing to have for breakfast. I mean, you can just like have the muffin on its own, or you can break it up and add it to like a bowl of Weetabix. I don't know if is Weetabix a thing in the US? Basically like porridge, but it's served cold. I mean, you can have it hot, like you just zap it in the microwave and have it hot, I guess, but I like eating it cold. You just sprinkle the muffin on the top of it. That would be good. I would try that sometime. It might, you'd have to eat it really quickly, otherwise it goes soggy, I guess, but chocolate chip banana waffles. Yes, I like banana waffles too. I was on a road trip with my husband and mother-in-law in Georgia, and we went to this ice cream parlor, but it wasn't like scoop ice cream, it was like rolled up ice cream, and I didn't know what that was, so I ordered some waffles instead, but the waffles had rolled up ice cream on them as well, and they were like, do you want sprinkles? And I'm like, yeah, sure, just give me the whole thing, whatever. So I got a salted caramel waffle, and then there was salted caramel ice cream with a scoop of vanilla, and then rainbow sprinkles, and then they had this special sauce that they add to everything, and it was just drizzled on top, and it was so damn good. And it's very unusual for me to like dessert. I don't usually eat a dessert, or if I get a dessert at a restaurant, I'll never finish it. I ate the whole damn plate. That was so good. Because the waffle was hot, so then the ice cream on top, of course the ice cream's cold, so it was slowly melting. So I'm like, this is such a good combination. This is great. I love it. And it wasn't a chain ice cream place, it was like an independent, like hole in the wall, family run place. And I can't remember the name of it, which is really sad, but it was so good. We had to wait a while for the waffle, but that's fine, I didn't mind waiting. We weren't in a hurry, we were on holiday, so, well, vacation, so I wasn't in a rush. Okay, my salted caramel Twix is now half eaten. I have a bottle of cheer wine here, and now that it's in the afternoon, I can have some soda. I mean, having sweet things is fine, I just don't like having it as often as Americans seem to. Okay, so let's get back into drawing. I'm working on the panel, the wall panel at the back. And then after that's done, I'll do the little table, and I realized I did not draw the legs of the table right, but that's fine. This is why we take our time with these things. What layer is that? They're so, oh, okay, right, I need to group these together. Excuse me. Okay, there we go, right there. There. Yep, alright, group together, right, okay, there we are. We were visiting some family in Georgia. I couldn't tell you where, but yeah. Last time I was on vacation, we went to Texas to see some friends, and then we did a road trip through Mississippi on the way back. So, yeah, cheer wine. It tastes like cherry Dr. Pepper. It's really good. I mean, when I go to a restaurant, if I'm just going to merge that layer together. Yeah, there we go. Because if I just duplicate the layer and then then flip it vertically, then I should be able to just have the panels right here if they line up with the top, which they don't. Alright, move over. There we go. Right. This looks like a mess, but all will be clearer once we get rid of the sketch layer right here and do some erasing. So if I put you at the bottom and group all of you guys and then lower the opacity, then I can see where I need to erase. Alright, cool. It's a very tedious process, all of this, but it's worth it. The payoff for the final stage, I hope, will make colouring this piece so much easier because everything's more defined, which is something that I do struggle with. Most of it is hidden behind this couch as well, so it might seem like wasted time, but I don't think it is, because it allows consistency. I'm just gonna copy this over, paste, and just add it right there. Okay. And it's really well, I say saving time, but it's only saving time if you actually do it right the first time. Yeah, like, I understand that obesity is a problem in this country, and I think that's not just to do with your culture, but I think it's absolutely to do with how your healthcare system works. But it's the food industry is very much to blame as well. Convenience is very much king in the US. People would be like, do you want to cook something or do you want to get takeout? Most people would choose takeout. Come on, let's be honest. But unless you're like really into cooking. But I think most people would go for convenience. I do like there's some fast food places I do like. I like Wendy's. I like Bojangles is good, but I only really tend to have takeout food rarely. Like, when I say rarely, like not as rarely as I would have had if I was back home. I never had fast food back home unless I was on a road trip. We have it more often here, but a lot of that is to do with our kitchen's not great right now. It's not our kitchen, so sometimes it's like, do I cook? Do I not cook? So we don't have our own like cooking stuff, you know. So yeah, it's an ongoing process. Let's get rid of that because it's intersecting. Okay. This going here. It's a problem for everyone, not just the US. Okay, so why is there a line there? Because that actually does... It looks interesting, but it's not what I want, so I'm going to get rid of it. And I do see this mess over here that's all screwed up, so I will fix that right now. Okay, let's just... Did I do that on... What on earth? What? Oh, I'm done. Okay, right. That's the couch, that's the floor, that's the chair, that's the bookcase, that's wall number 1, and that's wall number 2. So what's this? What is that? Oh, it's the... Oh, okay, right. Okay, that's why I couldn't do anything with it. Okay, fine. You should name your layers, Maddie. Like, don't tell me what to do. You're not my mom. Okay. Here, and up there. I mean, it's still a mess, but it's better than it was. So, bleh. Do I love history? I wouldn't call myself a history buff, to be honest. It's not something I would sit down and discuss. I like art history. But that's because I studied it for 5 years. But history, like general history, not so much. I think I have difficulty retaining all the information unless it's to do with a topic that I'm excited about, which is why I love art history, because I love art. So, I mean, it's still difficult to have it all in my brain. That's part of Asperger's there. Like, you'll know it when you need it, but see, like, if someone asks you a question about a specific thing, I'm like, it takes me a while to go through my mind palace to find the answer. So it's not like I don't know, it just takes me a while to get there. And that is often misconstrued as being stupid. It's not being stupid or being slow, you just think differently because you're wired differently to other people. I should also point out, I wasn't diagnosed until I was an adult, so... And even then, I'm like, not entirely sure if it's correct. Yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, Chris the Scott loves his history. Okay, so there's a line here for the couch that's missing. I think we're done with the line work now. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We haven't done the tea table or the plant. I lied. We're not done at all. How very dare I forget the tea and the coffee cups. That's how oh dear, that's just awful. How dare I forget? Prophet of the end times or a teacher. Can you not be both? Let's be both. The end is near. Now, if you turn to page 394 of your history book, yes, that was a Harry Potter reference. The end is nigh! The end is nigh! Turn to page 394 for proof. That's funny. Okay. Again, with this piece, with this table, we're going over the lines, but that's just so that, you know, the shape of the table is there and it's uniformed and you can tell it's a flat oval shaped table. That's in between the chair and the couch. Because the main subject of the piece are the characters sitting down. The main thing. Everything else is just framing the conversation. So they may not seem important, but if you don't frame an image right, with the details, that saucer is not right, then it's gonna look unfinished. And it's gonna look wonky, like just like that thing I just drew right now. There we go. Alright. This line is not right either, so let's get rid of that. There we go. Alright, next up is the coffee mug. Ask me questions, people. Ask me questions. Also, Rikaku, the side crow. I love Billy and Mandy dearly. I know that's from that show, the quote. I just asked try not to write in all caps. But yeah, I appreciate the reference. I love that show. Alrighty. Okay, so the feet for the table, they're just straight down. Nice and simple. Nothing complex. And then there's another one here. I'm not going to connect it to the table because there's no point. There's just too much between the top of the table and the foot to bother drawing that, so because I know where it is, it's fine, because I worked it out earlier, so it's fine. Okay, let's get rid of you. Get rid of you. Let's add this. Alright. How does that look? Cute. Okay. Bring you back. Now, get rid of these lines here of the background. But they're going to be visible behind the table, so leaving that in. Oh, they're not being taken away. Why? Okay, wrong layer, that's why. There we go. Okay. Have you seen the new Cuphead show on Netflix? Yes, I have. The new season. I did a speed draw video of my interpretation of Baroness von Bonbon. And I also did, I drew Mary beating up Baroness von Bonbon in a live stream. I wish I made that into a speed draw, but I couldn't, so I don't think I did. No, don't worry about it. I appreciate the reference. It's just that, like, when people type in all caps, it distracts me quite badly. So that's why I ask people not to do that. But it's not like a fixed rule, so don't worry. You're not in trouble. Whatever. It's fine. All right. Get rid of this line here. go. I love Cuphead. I really love the animation style of the 1920s vibe. I mean, I know it was animated digitally instead of on paper like the game was, but come on. It's still a gorgeous looking show, and I love the design. My favourite episode is episode 6 of season 2 with Baroness von Bonbon. I love that character so much. I follow the voice actor for her on Twitter. I don't know, just the whole Hansel and Gretel vibe, you know, which is like lawfully evil characters I love, because they're the kind of villains that they never force their hand. They just use little manipulative psychological stuff to lure people in to do their bidding, and then it's too late. I love that. It's like, that is more creepy to me than a villain who is like wears their intentions on their sleeve, you know, like say an obvious one would be like the Horned King. It's clear that he's evil, you know, but then you've got a character like, you know, I'm not talking about like twist villains where you don't know they're evil, like the audience knows they're evil, but the characters within the story don't. So like Jafar, for instance, it's clear, like he's definitely not lawfully evil. Like he is able to manipulate Aladdin to go into the cave of Wonders, but it's not like when he gets the genie at the end, near the end, it's like, okay, the gloves are off now. I'm going to be maniacal, I'm going to be evil, I'm going to torture the Sultan, I'm going to humiliate Jasmine, and I'm going to kill Aladdin. That's what he's going to do. He doesn't really delegate, you know, it's all, he's just going to do it all himself. Very much a hands-on kind of villain. I love that, but I do prefer the lawfully evil characters like Ursula or Maleficent, or Hades is lawfully evil as well. I'm talking about Disney villains because they're the ones I grew up with, but affably evil is Jafar. Jafar is affably evil. Hades is definitely lawfully evil. Not affably, but well, I suppose in the Hercules series he was affably evil, but in the movie he was lawfully evil. They changed him a little bit in the series. Anyway, there's a line right there that I didn't fix, so I'm just going to get rid of that. I might get rid of this line too, because this is the skirting board right here. Yeah, so Baroness von Bonbon is definitely a lawfully evil character, and I found it so creepy that she was so, like, she was cute, she was alluring, she was eccentric, but Cuphead saw straight through that right away. But still sadly fell for her bait, you know, and it was all his fault, you know. He broke the rules, and so did his brother, and that's how they ended up in trouble with her, because they broke her rules. But she wanted them to break the rules. See, she set the rules in place because instantly, it's like forbidden fruit. It's like, you can have any candy in this world you want except the candy castle. So what does your brain automatically want to do? You want to eat the candy castle. Because it's the forbidden fruit aspect, you know? So it's the serpent in the grass kind of thing. And I love that. I love it. And to me, like, I wouldn't say, like Joey says, like, he misses hammy villains, and so do I. And I think, to me, Baroness von Bonbon is as close to a hammy villain we're going to get, and she's only on screen for a few minutes, and I love it. It felt like watching Goosebumps again. You know, like each and every episode was its own standalone story, and you know there was always a villain in there or a monster in there. And I know Cuphead it's sometimes episodic, but there is a running storyline in it. I got a goosebump vibe, and I don't mean literal goosebumps like you get on your arms. I mean like the book series. Yeah, it had that vibe. The first season is like it's quirky, and there's the creepy vibe that is typical of 1920s animation, but season 2 perfected it. It perfected it so well. I just adore this show. Excuse me. Magica is... Would you say she was affably evil as well, or... In the original, yes. In the new one, later on, yes, but... That's a difficult one. I'll have to think about that. Because there's two different interpretations of the... Well, three technically, because there's the comic version, then there's the original animated series version, and then there's the 2017 version, and all three are very different. Deceitful. But there's... Magica is definitely more similar to Maleficent to me than Jafar. But then when she is at full level power, then she is very much maniacal Jafar level of crazy laughing villain, like gone mad with power. And because that's what they sought after. They are seeking power, they're seeking authority, they want to be in charge. Whereas you take a villain like Hades, he's already a god. He's not after like phenomenal cosmic power, he already has it. What he's after is he wants to rule the cosmos. He wants to be in a position of authority, because he doesn't have that. So his brother does. So he's bitter to the point because he's been lumped with the job of running the underworld, but he's not bitter against anyone in particular other than his brother. But I mean, like if he's bitter toward anybody, it would be that the pawns in his game would be. But it's not like Jafar. It's like how many times do I have to kill you, boy? You know, it's... Once he gets rid of Aladdin, then he can be the powerful thing. And Hades is the same if he gets rid of Hercules. But it's not like... That's not his priority. His top priority is ruling the cosmos. And Hercules just happens to be something in his way. So he's not obsessed with Hercules in any way. That's why he delegates it out. I'm just like talking nonsense now, but anyway, going back to the Cuphead thing. The thing about the 20s aesthetic is that, you know, it's rubber hose, and it's the expressions can be exaggerated and emphasized, but they can be not to Ren and Stimpy level, but almost to that level, and it makes it, there's something unsettling about it that is really enticing, and it's probably why I like it so much, because there's that creepy vibe, but it's aware that it's creepy. It doesn't try not to be. It doesn't pander to children. So, yeah. Cuphead is, to me, it's not a children's show. Definitely not. it has that look, and yes, kids can enjoy it, but at the same time, it's not afraid to just go all out with the horror. I mean, there's nothing gory in there. There's just stuff that references, it makes references to The Exorcist, for instance, or Stephen King's It, and a few other things. It makes references, like, might that be in the cinematography, the staging, or like even some of the faces they twist to make to look kind of like something that's already familiar that's in something else that it's obviously referencing. Like, I really don't want to spoil things here, so forgive me if I do, but there's just certain expressions that I'm like, that looks an awful lot like something from It, you know. Some of you that have seen the show will know exactly what I'm talking about. That the creator of Ren and Stimpy ruined the legacy. Yeah, Ren and Stimpy was a show that, although I just referenced it, it's a show that I've got them on DVD and I haven't sat down and watched them. And it's not that I don't like the show, it's that I don't like gross out humour, and most of the humour in Ren and Stimpy is gross out. So I have to make sure I'm watching it when I've not had something to eat, you know. It's really gross, and I know there's more shows that are worse than that, but for me, that's a show that I have to be in the mood to watch and be sure I haven't had something to eat already. What about, I'm trying to think. The old cartoony style looks, the 2D jump and dash mechanics, and the insane difficulty. Yeah, the game, Cuphead, it does harken back to when games were, in comparison to games released today, they were a lot harder. Yeah, gross out humor, like say the Evil Dead remake, for instance. The original Evil Dead was amazing, and yeah, there was a little bit of gross stuff in there, but the remake was nothing but gross out. And I'm like, that's not scary, that's just gross. I can't watch that, that's disgusting. So I really didn't like the Evil Dead remake. I mean, I didn't even sit through the whole thing. I was just like, nope, can't do it. This is gross, can't do it. This is something else I don't draw enough of, is plants. I don't really draw them much at all, so this is something else that I'm just kind of winging it right now. Oh, another example of gross out in a cartoon is Invader Zim. There's maybe only like one episode of that. That was the episode when he was stealing organs. I'm like, okay, I can't do this. Which is a shame, because I really liked the show. That had the unsettling vibe about it that I really liked, but then it did the gross out stuff, and I'm like, nope, can't do it. I mean, there's a lot of horrors out there that rely too much on gross out to be scary, and to me, gross out is not scary. It's just gross. It's like the Saw movies. The first one was fantastic. I loved it because the gore was near the end. It was the build up to the gore that made it shocking and scary. But if you've got gross stuff all the way through it, and there's no build up to it, it's not going to be scary, it's going to be gross. This is just how I feel about it. my feelings toward that kind of stuff, but some other people really enjoy that kind of stuff, which is fine. Like, I think the closest thing I would say to gross art I would get is probably Sweeney Todd, and there's some versions of that, not just the Tim Burton film, because that was tame in comparison to some other stage versions I've seen. It's like, that's theatrical gore. It's also like, it's not so much for shock, and it wasn't gross, it was done like in a relatively realistic way, but not too detailed, which I liked. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about gross out. Okay, especially when it comes to blood effects and stuff, but like the Sweeney Todd movie, the 2000s, I can't remember what year it was released, that's terrible. The Tim Burton one, in my opinion, did it really well, because everything was done practically, which is how Sweeney Todd should be. But then there's other movies that they're like really violent, but they do everything CG. And to me, I'm like, well, it's just CGI, and well, I say it's just CGI. I mean, there's amazing CGI out there, but in my opinion, if you're going to show gore, I feel it should be done practically with, like, you know, makeup, you know, prosthetic stuff, or even animatronics. I feel, to me, it's much more successful if it's a tangible effect instead of CGI. That's just my opinion. I mean, there's some CGI effects of gore that are amazing, like Walking Dead. The stuff in there, they have, like, you know, they've got CGI in there, but they've got practical effects in there too, and they merge the two together, and it's insanely good. And, you know, they got it right. They got it so right. I stopped watching it when they killed off my main character, my favourite character, though. I'm like, no, you did not just kill them off. No, okay, I'm done. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's my phone alarm going off, sorry. That's because it's time for a cup of tea. Yes, I have an alarm in the afternoon set for when it's tea time. I'm British. Okay, so I'm going to stop and I'm going to make some tea, and I'll be right back. 2007, thank you. 2000, I thought it was 2007 or maybe 2008. Alright, I'll be back shortly. Save your work, kids. Alright, I'm back. My music has stopped. Okay, that's fine. The playlist ended. That's fine. I can find something else. We've been listening to acid jazz. Let's go to acid guitar for a while. Let's do that. What are we talking about? Let's look at the chat. Let's get rid of the break picture first. So, just gonna scroll up for a minute. Plants, wouldn't it be funny if there was a really, really tiny worm munching on a leaf and that? No. Practical, no. CGI is too clean to do, which makes it uncanny. Well, CGI is only uncanny when it's done wrong. The moral of the story for Walking Dead, don't have a favourite character because there's a 90% chance they're gonna die. Yep. Alright, so The Walking Dead, when people say, oh, the zombies in Walking Dead are too easy to kill, The Walking Dead, the title, The Walking Dead, is not referring to the zombies, it's referring to the actual people. Because the zombies in the show aren't the biggest threat. The biggest threat in Walking Dead are other people. Because everyone's trying to survive. And not everyone is going to be good. Not every human is going to be good. They're going to want to take your food supply. They want to take your weapons. They might want to even kill you to, you know, for whatever reason or other things. You know, that's the biggest thing in that show. It's not about surviving the zombies. It's about surviving other people. The transformation in American Werewolf in London. Yes, that is probably my second favourite horror film. Would you call it horror? It's more horror comedy, really, but the transformation of the werewolf is, to this day, still one of the best, if not the best. It's definitely the most recognisable. I mean, there are other transformations that did animatronics as well, but that one, I don't know, maybe it's the juxtaposition between the transformation and Blue Moon playing in the background. Maybe it's that, I don't know, but something about the just having that song playing while this horrendous thing is happening to this guy, that was so unsettling. And if they added like horrific score music to that instead of the song, I don't think it would have had the same impact. And it's not just the American Werewolf transformation with the animatronics and like all that. It was also the animatronic of the zombie as well in that film, which was incredible for the time, and it still is to this day. I still think it still holds up. I play piano. I'm reading the thing about playing a digital one. I'm assuming you mean keyboard or synthesizer instead of a piano, because the digital sounds too perfect and it doesn't have weight behind it. I would contradict that last part because you can get keyboards with weighted keys, so maybe she should try an electronic piano that has weighted keys. Maybe they might, you know, take a liking to that. But I completely understand not liking the digital sound that comes out of it. I completely understand that. Okay. Okay, you're talking about Doctor Who. I don't care. I don't like Doctor Who. It's just not. It's a show that's not for me. I tried, but nah. Rick and Morty, I liked season 1 and 2, and after that, this is getting old. And then they made Rick a godlike being, and I'm like, come on. You just kind of ruined the character now. Stranger Things is brilliant. Loved it. I can't wait for Stranger Things Part 5. Avatar The Last Airbender is good. The BBC radio drama. The BBC radio drama of what? Did I miss something? Okay. I have tea, so I'm going to drink my tea before I get back into the drawing. One of the first things I'm going to buy when I get my next lot of pay is new earphones, because the other set I used to wear, they keep falling out of my ears. These ones are good, they sit in my ears fine, but the cable that goes from the earphones to the socket is too short, so it keeps catching on the keyboard tray and stuff, so I need to get a different set. There's the Marley earphones that I want to get. They're really good ones. I love Marley headsets, they're so good, and I want to try their earphones, and they've got a sale on right now where you can get their earphones for like $20. So I'm like, ooh, I might go for that. Might take a while to get here, but eh. And I don't like the wireless ones because I always worry, like, if one falls out, you lose it. And I know you can track them, but I'm like, no, I really prefer the wired ones. And more to the point, if you're wearing them and someone talks to you, and you've got them and you can't hear them, and they won't know that you're wearing these because they're wireless. There's a BBC radio drama of American Werewolf. I did not know this. Okay, that's something I need to look into. I really do need to start naming my layers. Good lord. Alright. Let's get rid of this first. Not long now, and then I can start doing the colouring. That's exciting, isn't it? Is it? I don't know. Maybe not. It's exciting for me. Doc knows I'm doing this, by the way. Alright. He knows. I think it's common courtesy, like, if you're drawing someone else's OC or someone else's, like, something to do with their OC, I feel it's important to let them know you're doing it. Not that I'm asking for permission, but it's just say, hey, I'm doing this. I hope that's okay. And more often than not, it's like, sure, go for it. If they say no, I'm like, alright, fair enough, I won't do it. That's fine. It's just because I know how I would feel if someone was like, hey, I drew this of your character as a gift, and I'm like, awesome, I love getting fan art. But then I'm also of the feeling that if you're drawing the character a certain way, or if you're drawing their character with your character, I feel like you should ask permission to do that, because, I mean, it's different for, like, if you know them really well and you've collabed before, then asking permission is, like, it's not something you need to do, in my opinion, because it's like, you've done it before, so they were alright with it then, so you don't have to ask again. But for me, it's not like I'm asking permission, it's just like making them aware that I'm doing it. So yeah, like if someone was to say take my character and draw them in an NSFW way, for instance, I would be pissed off. You know, I'm like, well, I'm asexual for the first thing, but I don't want to see my characters depicted that way, and it has happened that people have drawn them like that and then they share it online and think I won't see it. I'll see it, because people will share it with me and be like, hey, do you know that this exists? Yes, there is NSFW fan art of Mary and Maddie, and it makes me sick. But whatever, each to their own. I won't be sharing it myself because I don't like seeing my characters depicted that way, because, especially Mary, because she is asexual and aromantic. It hurts more when it happens with Maddie because she's more a literal version of me. So that feels a bit more, what's a good word I could use here? I just don't like it. Okay, I don't like it. But the thing is, I don't have anything against NSFW art itself. I don't want to draw it myself, and, you know, if someone draws it or if you like it, then fine. I'm not going to tell you what not to like. I'm not going to gatekeep that. I mean, there are some NSFW artists out there that their anatomy is incredible, and I really appreciate it from an artistic standpoint, but at the same time, to me, who is asexual, I'll be like, that's gross. I don't want to look at that. So it's difficult. I'm like, I want to look at it because, hey, it's art. I can appreciate it. But another part of me is like, that's sexually explicit. I don't want to look at that. You know? Yeah. So it's like someone shows me this picture that depicts NSFW, and I'm looking at it from an artistic standpoint, going, yeah, that is anatomically correct. I can appreciate that. But if it's of my characters, I'm like, no, that's disgusting, especially if they don't ask first. If they ask first, that's fine, I'm gonna say no, but if they ask first, I'm like, I appreciate you asking me first. Because not enough people do that. Courtesy is not really a thing now. I don't get it. I don't like looking at NSFW myself. I don't share NSFW artists myself if I can help it. I mean, there might be some artists that I like out there that they may do NSFW stuff and I'm not aware, or, you know, they've got separate accounts, then fine, you know, each to their own, but it's not for me. So, because people have asked, hey, can you do NSFW stuff? I'm like, no, it's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. There are artists out there that can do that kind of stuff that are happy to do it. I'm not, so sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Why should I? I don't, no. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna stop rambling now. Okay. There's the line work of the background. I'm happy with it. That took a very long time. How long did that take us? We've been streaming. How long have we been streaming? 3.5 hours to do the line work, and it took about, let's get rid of these, to do this sketch, this part, that took about 3 hours as well. So altogether maybe around 7 hours. Pretty lines. Pretty lines. There we go. And the table, there we go. Alright, so just giving it a once over, making sure everything's okay. There are lots of gaps in the bookcase, but I think that's okay. We don't have to fill it with stuff. And Turik's tail points down to the chair, so that guides your eye down. So if I look away and I look back at the picture, what's the first thing I look at? The armchair. Good, because that's where your attention should go. Alright. Because that's where Doc's going to be. Don't apologise for respecting your limits, be proud of your standards. For sure. And I encourage other people to do that as well. I just don't want to... I worry that I'm going to sound stuck up, you know? It's... I don't think I'm a prude, but maybe I am, I don't know, but yeah. Yes, this is Dr. Wolf's office. If I hide these, well, I put this in this group as well. If I hide this group, you can see there's Doc, and there's Maddie. So they'll be on the sofa, or it could be another character on there. For now, it's Maddie. I might add Mary in there if there's space, but I don't know. Maybe I should. What do you guys think? Should I add Mary in here too? I don't know. Or I could have a variant where Mary's in there too. Maybe I'll do that later. I don't know. But you guys decide. You tell me. Should Mary be in this picture or not? If I hide this, you'll see them more clearly. Not everyone is into that sort of thing. Life's too short to be forcing yourself to do something that gives you discomfort. Yeah. A Mary plush? A Mary Sue plushie. I think it's too late to add it tucked into Maddie's arms. But if there's a little plushie there, that does sound cute. I will consider it. I think there's some of Maddie's lines that aren't quite done. Like her tail's not finished. No, it's not. Okay, fine. We can do that later. We're working on the background, so yeah. A secret Mary. We could add Mary to the bookshelf. Like she's just there, like chilling. Like no. Hiding under the couch, just like peering out from under the couch. No. Let's just stick with the background for now. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are. I'm suddenly very nervous and I don't know why. Okay. Well, I know why. It's Asperger thing, but okay. Okay. Right. Let's see if I can find. Oh, there we go. Let's do this. I'm going to paste in the original. Ooh, that's tiny. Okay, that's fine. We can live with that. So I want the colors to be relatively similar. I want Doc's chair to be red. I like the red behind the grey wolf. I like that. And also because Maddie's hat is red, it gives like the color balance there. Like the red is what focuses the eye, and Doc is the main subject in this picture, so the warm color of the chair draws your eye to him. So this chair is going to be red. So let's just color pick this. Okay. I'm going to put this down here. There we go. Alright. Hide this. Why? Oh, that's why. Okay. And we're going to approach this, it's going to be, we're just doing the flat color right now. We're not going to do any texture right now. We're going to build that up later. So this part, I'm not doing voice chat right now, Frost, sorry. I'd rather just have me on mic. Okay, that is being a bit too smooth, so let's bring that down more. That's better. Okay. This might be a bit too bright. I want to bring this down a tad. That's much better. Okay, yep, live with that. People are just throwing ideas on where to add Mary now. I'm like, yeah, maybe it's too late to add her in now, but yeah. Let's see, add that colour in there. And I forgot, this bit is also red. This is part of the cushion, so that needs to be in there. I might make these bits weird as well. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, there we go. Mary hiding inside a coloured egg on the bookshelf, like an Easter egg. Maybe. Yeah, let's make this bit weird as well. Nope, nope, wait. Yep, we're starting the colour, and we're starting with the main subject of the piece, which is Doc's chair. Best chair. Okay. Wait, I might change the red to something else, I don't know. I'm just making it red because in the original drawing I did, it's red. But we'll just do a colour pass, and then we can decide what to change it to, if we do decide to change it. I don't know, we're just going with the flow right now, just seeing what happens. Well, somewhere I see Mary playing a psychiatrist to Maddie, and for some reason there's a text bubble of her saying you're blocking. Well, in the Moment with Dr. Wolf episode where Mary's in there, she's like classic deflection, and yeah, like Mary is, she knows all of the lingo. Like the idea was like Mary's stuck in this room where she's not only got Doc, but she's also got Mary, who's also like psychoanalyzing her as well. Not that Doc is doing that, but Doc is just sitting listening. But like, there's two. She's not under pressure, but like she's got Mary being there, and she's not an equal. She's like there as the know-it-all. Like she thinks like she's perfect, therefore she can diagnose Maddie with all these different, like, she can psychoanalyze Maddie, whereas Maddie can't do that with Mary, or like she's not able to do that in that environment because she's there for her and Mary's there interfering, you know. That was kind of the idea, instead of having Mary there to be there as a patient although that's what eventually happens, I didn't want her to be there on equal terms. I also didn't want her to just, I didn't want it to be that, I didn't want her to interrupt the session. I felt like it was important that Doc invited her there so that he was aware that she was there, but Maddie wasn't. So then it's only Maddie that's angry or frustrated that she's there instead of Doc as well. I mean, there's a level of frustration because it's Mary. You're going to be frustrated that a character like that is there because she's not very considerate. She doesn't know how to read the room. Well, she can, she just won't. So, yeah. Okay. I'm just taking this opportunity to really focus and practice on backgrounds. I really want to get sharper with that. Nice, I like it. And then the pins on it are gold. Okay, we can do that. Let's just make it subtle. Nice and cozy chair. I hate Braveheart. I really do not like that movie. Sorry. No. Yes, I've seen it. I hate it. End of. Most Scots hate Braveheart. Any thoughts on the Backrooms videos or games? I didn't even know that was a thing until today when I started watching a Markiplier video where he's playing the Backrooms. So I don't really have any thoughts on it. I don't really understand what it is yet. So sorry, I don't know. Okay, so the table has this like mint colored cover on it. So just gonna add that. I have a really squeaky stylus. So the mic is probably picking it up because the mic is right above my Cintiq. So yeah, apologies. Okay, so then I want the table to be a little bit darker than the chair. Animation is for kids. I'll tell you a fun thing. Like I used to work in video drive-in, which is kind of like a Blockbuster video, which, you know, you rent DVDs. That's not really a thing anymore. I know there's one Blockbuster left. Most people stream now, or some people still buy DVDs and Blu-rays and 4K discs and Laserdiscs and all that awesome stuff. I still buy physical copies. I think it's important to have that. More to the point, most physical copies come with extras that are exclusive, like commentaries and stuff like that. So I'll still buy them, or like a special edition of something, just, you know, because it might have like a featurette on it that's exclusive to the disc. I mean, most of this stuff ends up on YouTube, I know, but I like having the disc, because then if the Wi-Fi goes out for whatever reason and you're stuck for something to do, you can put it on a DVD, you know? It's great. I love it. But anyway, going back to the story, we had a section that was for children. So, you know, we would have any and all movies that were made for children in this section, and then so like live action and animated were all mixed together, because there was a section that was like for children, but there was animated movies that were mixed in with the live action stuff. And then one day we were told we need to have all the animated stuff together, and I was like, oh, okay, so we're going by medium now. Okay, we can do that, and I was happy to do that, so we did it. But then that meant you have another problem. You've got, like, say, I don't know, throwing an example out there, you've got Disney's Pinocchio sitting right next to Legend of the Overfiend. Oh my god. Like, because animation is for kids, right? You can sit them down and they've got demons doing things to humans. Yeah, okay. Let's just let's put a warning on that. That's an 18 for a reason. Oh, just because it's animated, you think it's safe for your child? Oh, okay. You want to like emotionally scar your child by letting them watch a cartoon, and you're not going to watch it with them. Okay, because even watching Disney's Pinocchio on their own, that might still scar them, because just because something is animated doesn't mean it's okay for kids. But also, just because a film is rated U, that doesn't mean that there isn't something in there that a child might find disturbing. I mean, a child turning into a donkey? Come on. Unwillingly. Like forced. That is still terrifying. I watched that film again twice yesterday, because I was studying it from like a cinematography standpoint, and that scene still gives me chills. So in my opinion, like, you can't treat animation like a genre. Like, you can't have one section, this is the live action section, and over here is the animation. Like, you go into like a DVD store or a music store that has a DVD section in it, and they'll have their family section, and most of it is Disney stuff. Fine, fair enough. Then you've got another section that's anime. Fine, okay, that's a mixture of different ratings. It's not necessarily family friendly, but they have the anime right next to the family friendly animated movies. That's not right. In my opinion, that should not be together. Anyway, I was getting a bit excited there. Need to calm down. Ask Maddie, what do you think of what US calls tea? It's not tea. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's not tea. I mean, I'm drinking tea right now and it doesn't taste like tea. There's something about the water just tastes different. I mean, it's going to taste different in country to country, but yeah, it tastes different. But when I say tea in the US, they think iced tea. They don't think hot tea. So tea is not even an option in most places, so that's disappointing. You can get coffee, of course, but you can't have tea. Oh, Gravity Falls has moments that is definitely not child friendly. But this is because, like, when a content creator sits down and they want to make an animated show, they don't automatically think, I need this to be child friendly. They sit down and think, I'm going to tell this story in this medium. And usually what ends up dictating what can and can't be in it is dependent on the producer. They get to tell you what can and can't be done. Like Gravity Falls, like I think, I can't remember his name, but the creator of Gravity Falls tweeted a real conversation they had with Disney execs, and it was like a list of all of the stuff that they had to remove from the scripts of stuff. And it was really petty stuff, you know. Ugh. Yeah. But then you've got a film like Watership Down, where you've got like a dog running around killing rabbits by like pretty much picking them up with his mouth and shaking them and throwing them down until they're dead. That's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. But you can't have a gay couple in the show? Like, what the heck? Like, it's so ridiculous, the rules that they have it. I mean, now that stupid mindset is being lifted, but like, because people are realizing that it's not just kids that enjoy animation. But try to tell that to Hollywood and they'll look at you like you've grown an extra head. Like, what? Right. Anyway, let's stop jabbering on about stuff that doesn't really matter. Let's figure out what colour should Dr. Wolf's teacup be. Let's do this. Ow. The Oscar calls animation just for kids next year. I motion that we gather them all up into a theatre and make them binge mature animated films a la Clockwork Orange. Let's not go that far. Good Lord. Walt Disney said about animation offers storytelling and visual entertainment which can bring pleasure and information to people of all ages everywhere in the world, so it can be for everyone. Yes. From a marketable standpoint, that's the thing that's difficult when you're marketing something for a general audience. The term general audience has now become synonymous with child audience, which is wrong, but that's just how it is. Have you ever played any Rockstar games, Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, and have you ever seen any of the concept art? I've played the first Red Dead Redemption game. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto, any of them. I don't think I have. No, I haven't. Have I seen any of the concept art? I've seen some of the concept art for Red Dead Redemption because that is something that's unlocked on the disc, I believe. I played it on the Xbox 360. I really want to get the PC versions. I really want to play Red Dead 2. But I'm kind of obsessed with Elder Scrolls Online right now, so I want to just let that run its course before I like put any money into a different game. Is there a Red Dead Redemption Online? Is that a thing? So I would play the hell out of that if that was a thing. I think this cup is too pink, but that's okay. It's fine. We're just laying in the flat color, and the flat color can be changed as we go. make the lip of the teacup blue. That's a lot bluer. That's cute. Red Dead Online is a thing. Oh no, I might have to get into that too. Oh no. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. I would like to play Red Dead 2 first though, I think. I think if I just invest some money into that game and then play RDR Online, then I might feel a bit more better than that. I mean, I spent most of the day yesterday playing Elder Scrolls Online. Those that follow me on Steam will see that. Or have me on Discord will see that. It's a game that you can just get lost in, and although it doesn't give the same vibe as Elder Scrolls Skyrim, because I think it's you can't just explore and discover things as much as you can in Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Like, you can't just like wander around and then be like, oh, there's a cave over there, let's go in and search it. Because in Elder Scrolls Online, more or less everything is marked out for you. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's the exploratory sandbox element of Elder Scrolls doesn't feel the same. It's there, but it doesn't have the same excitement. I don't know, I'm just talking crap now, but yeah. Alright, the bookcase behind him is going to be white, so yeah, because if you're going to have a white wolf, because that's what Docs will see is a white wolf sitting on the chair, ideally you would need something white behind him to offset. So then we can have the dark wall behind him, because that's how it is in the original, if I bring that back. But the furniture was too dark in that piece, so I'm going to have the bookcase behind him white. And that would be quite easy to do. Red Dead Online is built into RDR2, and you can't play RDR2 on its own. You have to play the online version. That kind of sucks. Okay. It's a bit like, I guess it's a bit like how Fallout 76 was the online, it was primarily an online game, which is why I didn't play it. And I know people that worked on that game and weren't happy, and they knew that it wasn't going to be as popular because there wasn't an option to just play it offline. But apparently Fallout 5 will be a thing soon, so I'm like, yes, give me more Fallout stuff. Fallout is my favorite video game franchise. Next to, I say that, it's the second favorite. My first probably being the Arkham Batman games. Arkham City is my favorite game ever, because it's the only video game I have ever played that legit made me cry buckets. It was just so sad. Like, I don't want to give too much away, but it's like, most people have played the game and know what happens because, yeah, it's an old game, but like, you play a game and there's a character in it that you absolutely adore but also hate, like, because they're the villain, and it's like something happens to them which is completely self-inflicted, by the way, more or less, but you still feel sorry for them because it's like you did this deliberately, but this could have been prevented if you just got the help you needed and you were willing to take the help as well. You know, it's the gameplay and the story of that game is brilliant. I mean, I'm a Batman nut. I'm crazy about Batman. I mean, before I discovered Batman, I was a Spider-Man fan, and then I discovered Batman, and I was like, okay, this is more my thing. Because it was dark, it was gothic, it felt more dramatic, like I'm talking like the 90s animated series kind of vibe of Batman. Like, after, it was trying to be Burton-esque, because obviously after the 1989 movie, Batman took a completely different visual tone, story tone. It still had the comic book element, but it took itself so seriously that I fell in love with it. It was like, maybe it was because I watched Gargoyles around the same time. I don't know, but I loved the character. I love how he was a hero, but people were scared of him. And back then, I always thought everyone loves the hero. Everyone celebrates heroism. But here's a hero who saves people, but people hate him. People fear him. And I'm like, why do people hate him when he's saving them? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it's crazy. I mean, that's a common thing now, but back then, it was alien. To me, I should clarify. My favourite Batman villain is Two-Face. It's much like Joker. He represents the everyday man, but solely, like, he already had mental health problems, but in the animated series you meet him as Harvey Dent first and get to know him, and then you learn in another episode he suffers from split personality disorder, and then you meet Two-Face, and then later on he's like he becomes deformed, so like the Two-Face is on the surface, but so is Harvey Dent, and you get to know the character, so the transformation is so much more tragic. And in the animated series, like, touching and dealing with the themes of mental health for a kids show, and still, well, a kids show, a show that's made for a general audience. I should clarify my words there. I found it very fascinating that even as a kid, I was like, it felt like I shouldn't be watching this kind of thing, but it actually made me curious about mental health at a very young age. In a day where, I mean, I was brought up in a Christian family, mental health was not really talked about. So seeing that on screen, I was able to talk about what's split personality disorder, and then people were able to explain it to me in a way that I could understand. So I really appreciate that I discovered that show at the right age. And it was a show that, I wasn't allowed to watch anything secular growing up unless my parents had watched it first. So this was one of the first shows I watched where that didn't happen. I watched it because I wanted to. I didn't need to ask permission. So I was asking them questions to do with a thing from a show I learned that they didn't know. So, I have that connection to it as well. What are my thoughts on Joker? Well, again, Joker's similar to Two-Face. He basically represents all of Batman's failures. Like, Batman wants to save everybody, not just from society, from crime, and not whatever, but he also wants to save them from themselves. And Joker represents the everyman who he can't save because he's beyond saving. And I think that's what I find fascinating about characters like the Joker. Like, underneath the surface, for Jack Napier's still there. it's not like a split personality thing. It's not like the Joker is a persona. It's that there's no conflict there. Like Joker and Jack Napier are the same person. It's just the Joker element is like a not a choice he made, but like, oh my lord, how am I going to explain this without sounding like a total douche? Bad things happen, and they can change you if you let them for the worse. And Joker, to me, like, bad things happen to him, so that's what he blames. He's like, I'm like this because this happened. I'm like this because society failed me. I'm like this because you failed me. So Joker blames Batman for how he is. But at the same time, when Batman offers to help him, Joker still says no. So, like, in the Killing Joke, for instance, Batman offers him an olive branch. I can get you the help you need. And Joker says, no, it's too late for that. So, it's like he knows what's wrong with him. Like, in Arkham City, he says, you of all people should know there's plenty wrong with me. But then he doesn't think there's any point in trying to fix it. And because in his mind, he's that way because society made him that way. But then, like, bad things happen to Batman as well, and that's why he's Batman. But at the same time, he doesn't blame society, he blames himself. And Joker doesn't blame himself for anything. You know, that's the difference, to me anyway. You take it like Batman and Joker, they're like two sides of the same coin and all that, but when Batman was a new thing, the main villain for Batman was the Penguin, not Joker. But then Joker was brought in, and, you know, to me, the Joker was just far more interesting. He's like a master of disguise, and so he can be anybody. He could be, you know, like in in the comics, like, he would disguise himself as like a famous politician, or disguise himself as a policeman, or a doctor, or, you know, that's why in The Dark Knight he dresses himself up as a nurse and he hides in the crowd of police officers. No one notices because he's the everyday man, like, and he's creepy in a different way because he's like a chameleon. So, yeah. I could go on, and I know I'm not really wording myself very well here. It's unscripted, it's just straight off the cuff kind of stuff, so a lot of the stuff I'm saying is probably not articulated very well, but I try. Let's colour the books. Let's do more colouring in. I remember one time, years ago, I was at a bar with some friends playing snooker, and I had a Batman symbol around my neck, and I went to order a drink, and then someone saw the necklace and said, "Oh, you like Batman, huh? Who's the best Batman?" And I said, "Who's the best Batman? Kevin Conroy, come on." And he tilted his head, and I was like, "You don't know who Kevin Conroy is, do you?" I didn't say that, but I was like, "You don't know who I'm talking about." So they were like, they changed the question. Then they said, "Who was the first Batman?" And I was like, "Michael Keaton. Why are you asking me these things?" No, Michael Keaton wasn't the first Batman, but he was like the first in the feature-length film. The first was Adam West. Well, there was one before that, but I can't remember who he was. But it was like I had to prove that I had the right to wear the Batman symbol around my neck, you know? And he asked me a few other questions, like, who's the best Joker? And I'm like, well, he's not the best, but in my opinion, my favourite Joker is Mark Hamill. But if you have to say who's the best, that's a matter of opinion. I mean, if you're going to say the best, you would say Heath Ledger because he won an Oscar, rest in peace. You would say that, but my favorite, Heath Ledger is not my favorite. Okay. Yeah, it was gatekeeping, but I wasn't sure. I was like, there were other people here wearing shirts and stuff that are reference to pop culture, and I just felt like I was being targeted because, I'm sorry, I'm going to sound really sexist here, but I felt like he was only asking these questions because I was a woman. That's an assumption. That's probably not. You know, maybe he was just really a major Batman fan and wanted to talk about Batman. That's fine. But the way that they went about it, it felt like I had to, you know, ask 3 riddles, answer me these questions 3 kind of thing. I was like, I still remember that to this day. And I remember getting angry because they kept asking me these questions. And it felt like an interrogation instead of just a fun discussion between fans. Because usually you'd be like, you see someone wearing a shirt and it's got a character on it that you like, and you'd be like, hey, I like your shirt. And I see you're a fan of this. What, you know, talk like that instead of going, oh, you like this. Oh, well, therefore, tell me who the. I'm like, that is not how you go about it. It's like I mentioned earlier, it's like when someone asks you, like, you say that you're a Star Trek fan, for instance, and someone's like asks you a question that's to do with a minor detail in the background of an episode from Star Trek Next Generation Season 1, Episode 2, and I'm like, okay, I can't retain information like that in my brain. I can't remember details like that and be able to use them immediately. I don't work that way. But I can't remember the name of the titles of episodes or anything like that. I struggle to do that, and I often forget or mix up the actors' names or characters' names. I mean, everyone does that. But if you're put on the spot like that, and okay, say like someone says, oh, you like Captain Picard, what's your favourite line? And I'll say, oh, my favourite line is obviously Make It So. I love that line. But if someone says, oh, you like Captain Picard, tell me what you said in episode 2 and scene da-da-da-da, that's not a discussion, that's gatekeeping, because it's like you have to prove that you've not only seen the episode but also have seen it enough to know it off by heart as well. When some people can do that, that's great, but I can't, and I don't like that. I felt like I was being put on the spot to prove that I was a so-called real fan, quote unquote. Be a fan of a thing for your own reason. Like, if you like Star Wars, for instance, but you don't happen to like the new movies, or you don't like the prequels, or maybe you might not even like the original trilogy, but you're still a Star Wars fan regardless. You know? I mean, for me, like, I like the original 3. I didn't like the prequels. I haven't seen any of the new ones. I haven't seen, like, the majority of the supplemental series, like, most of the animated stuff I haven't seen. I wouldn't refer to myself as a fan because, you know, I'm more into Star Trek than Star Wars, but I mean, I still enjoy it. But I would never want to have someone say, oh, you're not a true fan of this because you haven't seen this. I'm like, who says? Show me the rule book that says I can't be a fan of a thing, or I can't enjoy a thing just because I haven't seen something else to do in the franchise. Like, that's like saying to a brony, oh, you're not a real MLP fan because you haven't watched Gen 1. And I'm like, that's bullcrap. That's absolute bullcrap. Okay, I went off on a tangent again. And we need some new music to listen to. Let's go for this. This is just jazz, like general jazz. It's not acid jazz, so yeah. I don't know, I'm saying all of this stuff about like gatekeeping, and I know I'm probably guilty of doing the same thing at some point or another. You're just not aware that you're doing it. Like, yeah. Okay, it's different, like, if you're at a convention or you're attending an event and there's, like, a general knowledge stuff and it's to do with pop culture, you know, you cannot be asked questions like that, that's fine, because that's what you're there for. But if someone just randomly comes up to you because of, you know, something you're wearing and, like, because it has a symbol from a show or whatever, and they want to have a conversation about it, they're like, oh, you're a fan of this, let's chat. I remember being in a bar and I was wearing like a Deadpool skirt and I was ordering a drink, and then a random guy said, oh, you like Deadpool, what do you like about Deadpool? And I'm like, yeah, I just saw the movies, I haven't read the comics, but I love the movies, so I might get into the comics, and just having a good chat about how awesome Deadpool is. That's really cool, you know? Just random, like, stranger, that's great. But then if you get someone like the example I just told about, oh, you like Batman? Well, you know, he was the first Batman. Like, why are you interrogating me? Like, why? Okay, let's see. A part of me wants to make the walls and the back like a dark blue, and in the original drawing, they are a dark brown. So I don't know why, but let's try it. Let's see. I just want to see what this looks like. And then make the carpet like this. I'm just experimenting here. Okay, I'm not sure about the color of the carpet. I might make it like just gray. No, that's too gray. Alright. Let's see. Color of the sofa should be like a dark gray, like, well, that's not gray, but excuse me. Right here maybe. Let's try that. Again, the colors will change. We're just throwing colors down just to see what works and what doesn't work. Let's move you up. I mean, that is a mahogany chair, and mahogany tends to work best with greens and stuff in the background, so I might change the walls to let's do that now actually. Let's make it like, let's go for a lighter color wall. Let's see. Okay, alright. And the carpet can be dark like this. Ooh, I like that. Okay, that's much better. Alright, cool. Let's do that. I like that. Ah, crap. I like that. Okay, so the bookshelf is white. I need to go to the bathroom real quick again, but yeah. It's much better. Alright, be right back. Bathroom break. I'm back. I thought up another example of gatekeeping. I remember, you know how I mentioned Fallout earlier? I remember we were talking about Fallout. Someone asked, "What's your favorite Fallout game?" And I said, "Oh, I like Fallout 3." And they're like, "Oh, you've not played the first two. You're not a real Fallout fan." I'm like, "Wait, you just made an assumption. What made you think I hadn't played the first two?" And they were like, "Because you said Fallout 3 is your favorite." And I was like, "You asked me what my favorite Fallout game is." I mean, most people, when you ask that question, they'll say Fallout New Vegas, but I like Fallout 3 more than Vegas. Because to me, Fallout New Vegas it's a brilliant game. But to me, it doesn't feel like a Fallout game. And the reason is purely because I feel it's overpopulated. You don't feel so isolated as you do in Fallout 3. And, you know, I love Fallout New Vegas. I probably played that more than Fallout 3. But Fallout 3 to me impacted me more than Fallout New Vegas did. So, yeah. Fallout 4, awful. No, it's not awful. I liked Fallout 4, but again, it wasn't a Fallout game. And I'll tell you why. That's... It felt more like... Well, I can just quote a line that people will know. This settlement is in trouble. Go and help them. And that's all you do. You go. You get told, "Hey, this settlement needs your help." I'm like, again, why? It just became a chore to save these settlements so you can build your own settlement in that area. And I'm like, I don't really want to do that. I just want to have one settlement that I build up. You'll have that as my base. And just focus on that. That's where I go to repair my gear. That's where I go to store all the stuff I find. That's where I go to build my guns. All of that awesome stuff. Why do I have to have several settlements all over this huge map when I can fast travel to this one settlement? And, you know, I didn't get it. I found that whole thing just really pointless. Just like how in Fallout 3, if memory serves, you can buy a house in Megaton. I can't remember if you can buy a house anywhere else. Can you? I don't think you can, but that was my base. Or I would find there was one house that was in one town, I can't remember the name of it, but it was a town where there was lots of mines and there was like a sniper at the top of this tower, and there was a house that was his house, and, you know, you would kill the guy and then you would find the key for the house and you would break into the house and there was all this gear and storage places and stuff, and I'm like, well, this is going to be my base. So I had that, but you couldn't customize it, but that was where I went because there was lots of places to hide stuff. Alright, in Fallout 4 you'd have a settlement and your settlements would get attacked, and that was great. But, like, when you've got more than one settlement and it's like, this settlement is under attack, I'm like, for God's sake, I just want to play the game. Like, So you would just set up like automatic lasers and machine guns or whatever, or you would like hire some of the civilians to be like, here's a gun, you're a guard now, and, and that's the thing, you would just have like random citizens showing up, and I'm like, oh yay, here's a gun. Like, it's great, I love it. It's so stupid. Or yeah, but nah, Fallout 3 was my favorite. But I just didn't like how they were just like, oh, you've not played the first 2 games. I'm like, I have played the first 2 games, thank you very much. Why is that? Have I colored the wrong thing? Yes, I have. Ah, okay, fine. Okay. It happens, you end up colouring the wrong area. Okay, that's fine. It happens. Come on, move over. Where were you? They were... right there. Okay. Merge down. There we go. Never heard of Fallout. That's fair. That's fair enough. It's as the name implies, it's a series of video games where you're in an apocalyptic world post the nuclear fallout. But it's aesthetically, it's like, oh, what would you call it? You would call it petrol punk, I guess, or like the aesthetic of the game is like if the nuclear fallout happened in like the 50s, so, or rather how the 50s saw the future. So the aesthetics of everything that's there is very much like space era Sputnik kind of thing. So it's got that feel to it, and I really like that. It's almost got a bit of a rockabilly vibe, which is another reason why I like it. So, I mean, you're running around killing ghouls and super mutants and stuff, meanwhile you're listening to Nat King Cole. Like, I love that. Loved it. Or you're running around in a power suit and you're killing all this stuff, but then it's like you've got Billie Holiday playing in the background. Who thought up that? Like the juxtaposition between that kind of music and what you're doing in the game is ingenious to me. I love it. I know you've got that element in like BioShock and stuff, but I discovered Fallout first. And to me, Fallout did it much more successfully than BioShock did. That's a nice cozy looking sofa. Maybe brighten up just a little bit. A little bit more. Yeah, that works. Okay, so now the blue in the back, the blue in the background is a bit too blue, so I'm just gonna brighten it up and grey it out just a little bit, or do that and screw up. Okay, okay. Joey, I hate the smell of wet cat food. My cat's eaten nothing but it for the last 3 days while my parents are out of town. It's gross. Can I ask a question? When you feed the cat and it eats a little bit of food, and it's still left food in the bowl, do you leave the food in the bowl so that the cat eats it later? Or, like, if the cat doesn't eat it, yeah, it's difficult, I know, but wet cat food stinks, and the best way to get around that is if they don't eat all the food, just clear it away and get rid of the smell. I know that's a waste of food, but sometimes that's the only way to do it. The way that I did it when I was at home, like the wet cat food, the bowl would be cleaned at the end of the day. So when she would get like fresh food if she needed it, but yeah. It's frustrating, I know, and I don't like the smell of cat food either. And they don't like dry cat food at all. I mean, that can smell as well, but yeah. Yeah, you could be fighting a giant death claw monster, and it's got like what's that song called again? Butcher Pete. But the best thing is Nat King Cole music playing in the background while you're doing stuff like that. I love it. You know what? That colour on that table is not working anymore. Let's change it. I can figure out what layer it's on. This one. Yeah, okay, that works. Now the coffee cup can be the same colour as the teacup, because let's pretend that Doc has a set of cups that match. Let's pretend. He probably doesn't, because I don't know, I don't want to make assumptions, but yeah. Okay, let's see. I would like to think that Dr. Wolf's OC, not the real person, would have a set of crockery and it all matches, and that's what he uses when he has patients around. He'll offer them a beverage and all of the crockery will match. It's all uniformed. So the stuff he uses is the same as what he offers his patients, is what I'm trying to say. So I like that idea. Okay. I like to keep a segregation between someone's OC and the real person. And I would hope that other people would do me the same. And I know people appreciate that. But some people, they will be in that mindset where they are their OC in certain scenarios because they like to RP, and I get that. I don't RP, and you know, nothing wrong with it. It's just, yeah, no, not my thing. We're talking Fallout New Vegas is best. Fallout 3 is my favorite. And of course there's the, like you said, the charm of Fallout 1 is great. Fallout 2 was kind of forgetful to me, but Fallout 1, yes. Really liked it. Fallout 3 is my favorite. Fallout New Vegas is a good game. To me, it didn't feel like a Fallout game. So, primarily because to me it was overpopulated, like I said earlier. So I didn't feel like I was lost in a post-apocalyptic world. It felt more like I was lost in where is Vegas? Nevada. I don't know where Vegas is. That's terrible. Am I right? Is that where it is? Oh my lord, my brain is terrible right now. Wherever. Yes. Houseplant. Let's have the colour of the houseplant pot match the bookshelf. We'll make it white. Well, it would help if I was in the right layer, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. Save your work, kids. Save. Like, we were talking about Fallout 4 and how the game was, it was okay for what it was, but it was, yes, it was a Fallout game, and it was a good Fallout game, but it was trying to be a settlement building game as well, and I'm like, no. If you're going to be a survival game or you're going to be a settlement game, pick one. And yeah, you can build your own settlement, which is great. What I didn't like was that you had to build more than one settlement. You had no choice. You kept getting the notification of this settlement needs your help. I'm like, I don't care, I just want to build up one settlement. Why can't I just focus all of my materials on one settlement and that be it? That's where my base is. I talked about that earlier, and I'm talking about it again because that's the element of Fallout 4 that I absolutely despised. At least in like Fallout New Vegas, like when you collected stuff, you could collect coffee mugs and hand it over to, well, this was in a DLC, I think, and you can like turn them in to this robot that was obsessed with coffee cups, and they would give you stuff in return. Or I know they had that kind of in Fallout 3, but like to me, something as random as coffee cups, you can just collect them and you can trade them to this guy that's obsessed with them, and they'll give you stim packs or something else. I'm like, that is so damn funny, because you'd be wandering around thinking, oh, coffee mugs, that's just scrap, I don't need that. And then you'll get to, sorry, am I being too loud? No, sorry. Then you'll get to like Fallout 4, where you have to collect every single piece of scrap so that you can build up all of your gear, and you have to use all of this stuff that you would think doesn't matter. You know, like glue was the most frustrating thing to find in Fallout 4. Glue, so stupid. Are you hungry? Need something to eat, or?
I'm a little hungry, but I'll let you keep going with that.
Okay. Well, one sec. One sec, guys. Alright, I'm back. I like that the white of the bookcase and the white of the plant pot brings things together, but well, not brings things together, but it brings a balance, but I'm wondering if white is really the right color. Maybe it should, I'm going to try something. Maybe, well, no. Let's make the plant pot white and maybe make the bookcase. Well, I guess we won't really know until we've colored all of the detail inside the bookcase. I don't know. Okay. Let's bring Doc into this because what I want to do is just shade him in, just in straight white or close to white. It's just so that I can see. Wait, it's not in the right layer. Yeah, there we go. See him against everything else without actually shading him properly this time. Okay. Dr. Wolf looks amazing in your design. Well, thank you. I've redesigned him several times. Like the first time I drew him, he looked like a talking squirrel, which is why maybe she calls him a talking squirrel, because I was like, he doesn't look like a wolf. So that's why she refers to him as the talking squirrel. Then it was more of a Zootopia style, and then eventually I got to this style, which was, it's kind of Don Bluth-ish, I guess, or maybe a little bit Looney Tunes-ish, imbued a little bit with the TF2 style. TF2 style is basically MLP show style. What am I talking about? Well, Blissy's the one that draws them more often than anyone else. So I would say, yeah, her style has influenced how I draw Doc. I like trying to I'm trying to think of the words here. Influence, yeah, let's just go with that, because I can't think of a different word, but yeah, let's go with that. And I know that Doc himself prefers it when his character is drawn in bipedal. Some, like, first time I drew him, he was on all fours, and he didn't like that, and I appreciate the honesty. So, you know, and yeah, because if someone doesn't like something, I would prefer them saying so rather than, you know, just staying silent, you know. So, because then I'd be like, oh, okay, next time I do it, I'll change it. That's fine. Because he is an alpha wolf. So, yeah. I haven't drawn his tail. Maybe I did that for a reason. Why did I do that? Why did I not draw his tail? Why did I do that? Alright, I'll figure it out. Past me, why did you not draw Doc's tail? I don't know, future me. Well, let future me deal with it. Okay. His waistcoat to like this. There we go. Alright. Alright, I need to add his tail because it's annoying me. Why did I not add his tail? What's wrong with me? Like, come on. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. Okay, so it would come around and it would. Okay, right. Okay, so do this line here, then bring it round, and then make some fluff, and then. There we go. Okay. Nice simple tail. Okay. Yeah. All right. The color of the couch actually is very close to his vest color, so that could work in my favor. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's color in the plant next, which is what we were going to do before I did the whole thing with Doc in there. Okay. Save. Yeah, the fusion cores in the Fallout 4, I had to look up the locations on where you find the fusion cores, because yes, they ran out of power, but as annoying as that is there for a reason. It's so that you're not using the power armor all the time, because if you were able to use the power armor all the time, you would be so OP, it would be ridiculous. So that's why that's there. That's why it's like that, as frustrating as it is. I mean, I spent most of the game not wearing power armor because, well, you move faster for one thing. You've got the speed booster in some of them, but, like, I don't like wearing the power armor all the time. But I played Fallout more in a stealth way. So I usually, when I would play it, I would be a sniper. So I wouldn't wear the power armor, because if you wear power armor, everyone sees and hears you coming. So I only really wore it if I was going through like an area that had a lot of enemies. Then I would wear the power armor. Usually if it was like super mutants, or maybe too many raiders, or too many what's the other sanction? Not the raiders, the other ones that were basically the same thing, just had better weapons. Well, most of it was stolen. The raiders build their own stuff, whereas this faction stole technology. What are they called though? I can't remember. And you can buy the fusion cores, but who wants to waste their money on them all the time? Like, ugh, no thank you. I had to pack an arsenal's worth of weapons just to clear the super duper mart so I could get to the generator. Yep. The Fallout 4 PA is a bit broken and it sucks you get it quite early on. Yeah, you get it pretty much within the first 10 minutes of the game, which is ridiculous. Like, I felt like I did not earn this armor. It's like it just happens to be at the top of this building, and I use it to defeat a death claw. I'm like, really? Like, that's one of the first things you do? Like, no, this is supposed to be like stuff that you deal with later, not right now off the bat. Like, that's like starting off playing Doom with the fat gun. Like, the BFG even, not fat, the fat boy I was thinking of because we're talking about Fallout. The BFG, it's like starting off Doom with the BFG right off the bat. I'm like, it's fun, but you didn't earn it, so... Well, that would be fun, but in Fallout 4, when you get the power armor, I'm like, that's not fun. That's stupid, because... ugh. I'd rather have a feeling of accomplishment. That, oh yeah, power armor, I found this power armor, I can use this, yay! But no, the guy's like, oh, there's power armor up there, you can use it. I'm like, really? You're not gonna let me discover it myself? Really? Fine. Whatever. Grr. I'm just having a rant now about Fallout 4. Jeez. Oh, the AI in that game is quite broken as well sometimes. Like, the ragdoll mechanic is so funny. When it's like that in Fallout 3 as well. It's probably worse in Fallout 3, but, like, you'll shoot an enemy and they will bounce around like they do. But sometimes they will just carry on bouncing. Like the gravity mechanics just decide to just get drunk and is like, yeah, gravity doesn't exist anymore, so this guy that you've just shot is just going to keep bouncing along, and not only that, it's going to like float in the air for a bit, but it's also going to spaz out. It's funny. Okay. That's pretty funny. A vault doctor halfway in the door. Yeah. I mean, all games have that kind of like when they phase through an invisible wall or a literal wall. Like, all games have that. Like, that will happen now and then. There's no avoiding that. It's just something that you live with. But when something like that, when something like the ragdoll mechanics is just like, screw you, gravity. It's so funny. I know there's playlists out there of games doing that. I think the game that is worst for the AI mechanics is Colonial Marines, and I really wanted to play that game, but then of course people were like, this is the worst game ever, and they would release clips of the alien like walking, but it's like at a 45-degree angle and it's against a wall. It's like something out of Spaceballs. It's so stupid. And then, like, I know like Alien vs Predator games had terrible AI as well, but for a game like Colonial Marines, that had terrible AI because the game wasn't rushed. It was, well, no, it was rushed. Actually, it was. That's why it's a bad game. And in my opinion, I'm like, I would rather wait for a finished game to be released instead of an unfinished game released on the date that it was advertised to be released. And then they would release DLCs later on. I'm like, no, I would rather wait for and pay a complete game. Even if I have to pay $70 for it, I would be happier waiting to play a finished game instead of a broken ass AI system where the enemies that are supposed to be like one of these scariest monsters you fight against in a game is walking up the walls like friggin' Spider-Man. Like no, like, and I know Xenomorphs do that anyway. I mean, like, not. When they're not supposed to. I mean, imagine playing Alien Isolation, which has the best AI system for the Xenomorph, in my opinion, ever. Although the scariest thing in that game was not the alien, it was the bloody androids. They terrified me. Ugh. But, you know, that was great. I love the AI in that. But I want to have an action game with Xenomorphs where the Xenomorphs are actually genuinely intimidating and scary, and there's not hundreds of them around. I would just be like, let's have 10 or 20, you know, or maybe a few more than that, and then the final boss might be the alien queen or something. Like, let's just do that, like the old games used to do, you know, like have that. Jeez. This is a rant day, my god. Or, like, I was singing Arkham City's praises the other day. No, I didn't. Not the other day. A few minutes ago, sorry. And remembering, like, the problem with that game was the quick time events. I don't know if any of you guys have played that game, but when I played that game for the first time, I think it was after I defeated Ra's al Ghul, or Ra's al Ghul, however you want to say his name. and there was a quick time event where you had to throw a batarang and save Raish's daughter, and the batarang had to be thrown and hit Raish or Rash, and for some reason the action wasn't showing up on screen to do it. Like, it wasn't telling you what button to hit, so it wouldn't acknowledge that you were hitting that button no matter what I did. And sadly, I had to start the game from scratch, because when I reloaded the pre-save and just fought Ra's al Ghul again on that save file, the same thing happened. So I had to start the game again. And luckily the QuickTime event worked, but I was like, that wasn't the only time that the QuickTime events screwed up that game. QuickTime events is something I really do not like in games. It just works, it just works. Well, how's the song go? It just works. It just works. It's not like dozens, if not hundreds of people actually worked on this game to make it work. No, it just works. Yeah, sarcasm, yeah. I mean, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Skyrim, like, yeah, I talked about how bad the AI is in Fallout, and then of course you talk about Skyrim. That's even worse sometimes, but honestly, in Skyrim, I can kind of forgive it more. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because, like, the tone of Skyrim is a little bit more lighthearted than Fallout. Maybe that's why. I don't know. So when stupid things happen, like an NPC gets stuck on a wall or stuck on the floor or whatever, it's kind of funnier. But when it happens in Fallout, it's like, I don't know, I don't find it as funny. It's just frustrating. I don't know why. Yeah, I was thinking God of War. Button prompts, but isn't timed. Like, yeah, but I mean, button prompts and QuickTime events, they're very similar, but like, for button prompts, you're like, press this button to do this, and then the next time you need to do it, you're not given the button prompt, so that's the difference. But with a QuickTime event, you have to do a thing, and then if you have to do it again later, it will still give you the QuickTime event again. And that's why I find it so frustrating, because it's like, here, take my hand, I will show you what to do. Oh, I showed you how to do this 2 seconds ago, but I'll tell you how to do it again. And because we like to treat our gamers like idiots, and, you know, spoon feed them the instructions over and over and over. Yeah, okay. This is why I don't stream while I'm playing a game, because I just get so angry. Because I've worked for video game companies, I know how frustrating coding can be, and I know how to fix certain coding if something goes wrong, but I couldn't fix a QuickTime event on a console system. I didn't know how to do that. On a PC, yes, I had a game, it was one of the Alice games, The Madness Within, and it was another QuickTime event that was screwed up, so I was like, okay, how can I fix this? And I was able to go into the coding and fix it. That's not something I recommend anyone doing, because that you can easily break a game doing that. But at least with PC games, you can just uninstall it and reinstall it again, and it's fine. But, you know, don't do it unless you know what you're doing. So, yeah. So there was that. you know, you play a game like Doom, like you just, I spoke about Doom earlier. You're not given instructions, there's no tutorial, you're just like, start the game right off the bat, and it's just point and shoot. And, you know, as simple as that is, that to me is, you know, that's it. That's all you do. I mean, sure, like, some game mechanics are a lot more complicated, and yes, you'd need a tutorial. I get that. But you don't need it every single time you want to do that action, and some games do that, and that, it's annoying. Like the VATS targeting system in Fallout 3, I loved that. And it was like, highlight this area and press this a few times to target it and shoot it this many times, etc, etc. As long as it coincides with, if you've got enough ammo to do that, then it will do it. That was great, and it was also great because it didn't keep telling you every time you went into the VAT system how to use it. I loved that. That was great. And then Fallout 4 came along and ruined it. Because now it's like, oh, VAT system, you're able to target stuff. But guess what? It's still moving. So you're now under pressure time-wise. Oh, this thing is charging towards you. Let's slow it down. But it's still, you can't use it. You're like under pressure. No. It was much better in Fallout 3 because everything paused so you could plan out your strategy. You couldn't really do that in Fallout 4. That was more frustrating if you were playing it in like more of a stealth style like I did, because you had to plan out your moves more that way. If you're just going in there like literally all guns blazing, then fine. You know, the VATS without the stopping time thing, it's fine. But you know, if you're a sniper, that doesn't really work. I like taking my time. I have the Dead Space games, but I've never played them. I should fix that. I should play those games. Alright, let's move on from gaming for a moment. RJ Mackenzie asked, what is your favourite Robin Hood film? Ooh. I would say Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Hands down. That's my favourite Robin Hood film. Yeah. Yeah. Doom is a $60 soundtrack with a free game. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so now to add the color, the stuff in the bookcase, excuse me. Where are you? There you are, okay. Oh, Man in Tights is a good one too, but I like the Disney one too, but yeah, Prince of Thieves hands down is my favourite one. Okay, let's see. just gonna bring back this reference image that Dusk sent me of her version of the Tyrek plush, which is what my drawing is based on. She gave me permission to use it, so I'm going to also color pick from this reference as well. It's not cheating, it's saving time, so just keep in mind she gave me permission, so it's fine. Yeah, the colors are a bit too bright, but it's fine. La la la. Okay. No, that's his collar. Ah, okay. I'm gonna make his tie the same color as Doc's chair. There we go. That's working. This is very cute. I like it. Disney's never done anything original. Everything's been a retelling of a pre-existing story. Here's the Tyrek plushie, so cute, just sitting on the shelf, just chilling, just hanging out, you know. It's cute. Okay, don't need you anymore. Okay, there we go. Little plushie of Tyrek on the shelf. Right, well, bookcase right there, bookshelf. Yeah. And then I'm gonna do the I'm gonna do Fluttershy next. So I want to make sure I get the colors right. So no, I don't want. Okay, let's do this. And it's funny because the colors of Lady Wolf are basically Fluttershy's colors as well. So that's fun. Okay, let's see. Go. are. Oops. Okay. So, save your work, kids. There's going to be a Fallout TV show coming soon, which is getting me really nervous. I don't know. What I've seen so far, I'm liking how it looks. I'm just interested in what story they're going to follow. Like, are they going to just basically do the same story from one of the Fallout games, or are they going to do something new? I don't know. I haven't really read much into it other than seeing like production shots and stuff like that. So I'm trying to approach it from as blind as possible because this is my second favorite video game franchise. So yeah, I don't want to know everything about it right off the bat. Okay, so I'm going to use Lightning Blizz's drawing of Lady Wolf for the photo. So I'm just going to bring this here. So this is Lightning Blizz's art. And I'm just using it for a color reference right now. There we are. Get rid of you now. Don't need you anymore. The color of the picture frame, I'm going to make the same color as this chair. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to make it the same color as the table. Cosmedia Inspired, do you have any favorite fanfics? I really like, there's one called Hope Springs Eternal, which is a Hercules fanfic. It's basically the Hades and Persephone myth. That's a really good one. Not necessarily the characters, they've changed to suit the tone of the fanfic, but the fanfic itself is so well written, it's so good. So that's my favourite one that I've ever read. The other one I could refer to maybe Fallout Equestria is pretty good. So I haven't read it, I've listened to someone read it, so I haven't read it, so yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Dot would do Memories of the Equestrian Wolf, but Lady's origin. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe you should ask him about that. I wonder I don't know if that's something he's thought about doing, because Lady Wolf isn't his OC, so maybe think about it. I forgot to colour pick the colour for her nose. I think if memory serves it's pink, but we'll see. Oh, she's got pink on the tips of her ears, so do that. There we go. Okay, there's Lady Wolf. I'm going to open up an art piece I did earlier this week that has books in it. Sleeping is not magic. I'm hoping I've saved the I have not. Okay. Twilight sleeping sleeping is not magic. That's frustrating. Alright, well, how about if we use no, not MLP boots. Twilight reading books. There we go. Maybe I'll get a screenshot. Yes! Okay. That's much better. Alright, so I'm going to purple, green, red, blue. Okay. Use this image from the MLP show to use for the colours for the books I've got here. So I need the warm colours. Let's see what's the best way to do this. Oh, the red here. Okay. Alright. I can do that. That's fine. Oops. Let's do this. You are lurking. Okay. Lurk away. We've got... Let's have this one being red. And it's not red, but it's... The color red is the first color that the eye is drawn to. So what I want to do is have, whenever there's a red book, I want it to be like, you go from here to here, maybe one of the books here is red, and then you'll have another book here that will be red, that will lead the eye to the red chair. And I may change this up as I go, but we're just laying down colours right now. So let's have this one red. I know that the scratching must be really annoying, but eh. Maybe have one more red book, maybe this one. There we go, and let's have this one be red, right here. Alright, let's see. That's good. The eye is still led to the, I don't know if that red book right beside Doc is too close. Okay, let's get rid of that. I can get rid of that one too. No, that worked there. Alright, cool. That's good. I like it. Uh, how often do you think you make a mistake or an error while drawing, in your opinion? You know, I could turn around and say every drawing is technically a sequence of mistakes that you learn from. You know, like... or I think Adam Savage says something about the learning process is you're basically learning how to screw up less. You don't stop screwing up, you know, so yeah. Let's do, that's green, that's purple. Okay, so this one here will be purple. That's not purple, what's going on? Did I forget to color pick? Yes, I did. Okay. There. Now there's purple. Okay. Purple. Alright. There we go. Purple. One purple book here. Boom. I know some of the colours when it's close up is kind of scratchy, but that's fine. We can live with that for now. The picture of Twilight is there for reference. It's not going to be part of the image. I'm just using it for colour picking the colours for the books, that's all. Okay. Then the teal, the dark red. Okay. This would be good for this one. Everyone compliment Maddie, she's doing such a great work and needs the fix. No, don't listen to the mod. Ignore the dir. Ignore her. No, don't listen. How often do you do in real life drawing or sketching compared to computer ones? I have to admit, as important as I feel it is to have a balance of both, I do probably do digital more often than I do real life drawing. I tend to do more real life drawing when I'm traveling because I'm away from a computer. Alright, let's do... Oh, there's a pink one. Oh, that's cute. Okay, let's have the pink one in the middle then. Pink one in the middle. There we go. Okay. Pink in the middle, then the dark red is below that, right here. Save your work, kids. Okay. Is there any art genre you don't like? I don't like minimalism. I think it's lazy. I don't like it. Oops. Balls. Okay. I thought I could get away with not zooming in. Okay, so then Turek can have... Let's have the teal book next to you, I think. Turek, however you want to say his name. I get it wrong every time. Doc's brother, who is a cinnamon roll in real life, by the way. He's adorable. It's funny because I call him a cinnamon roll and I've helped him make cinnamon rolls. So, so that's fun. Cinnamon rolls, making cinnamon rolls. Alright, I don't think I need the reference image anymore, so I'm gonna get rid of it. I think I've got all the colours I need from that. Green, yes. Yes, I do. Okay, right. Cool beans, as they say. Cool beans. So then pink can go right here. Then the dark red. Then green. Then purple. Yeah, alright, cool. I like it. Then, no, do I want another red book there? Yeah, okay, fine, let's do it. Another red book. And then the one at the end should be another teal, maybe? Any has-been hell of a character you think you're similar to? A similar question was asked earlier, like who my favorite hell of a boss has-been character was, and I said Millie. So if I'm similar to any of them, it's not Millie. I'm probably more similar to Moxie in personality. Which I don't like seeing, but yeah. Out of all of them, probably most similar to them. Maybe, maybe Vaggie, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, we haven't really seen enough of her, there's only the pilot, so, yeah, I don't know, I tend to be more like the straight man characters tend to be the ones I say, yeah, I'm more like that. Moxie's not necessarily the straight man, but like in comparison to Blitz, he is. Like, he's the voice of reason of the group. So, yeah, I would say that I'm probably more like him. Let's do dark red. We haven't done dark red over here. Okay. So I'm trying not to make it like a pattern, like have the colors repeat in order. I'm trying not to do that, but it's going to end up doing that anyway because there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colors here. So that it's going to happen, but. Who is my least favourite character? I don't really have a least favourite character from MLP. I don't have, there isn't really any character from MLP I don't like in some shape or form. So I don't know how to answer that question. I've never really thought about having a least favourite. I'm gonna have green for a bit, so you can be green. Make the brush a bit bigger. None of the books are going to be brown. None of them. They are going to be coloured. Because we have a brown chair and a brown table, so we're not having brown books as well. What about a character you hate from a series you love? I've never really thought about it. That's not really something I've really. If there's a character in a show that I hate, that usually puts me off the show. So I don't think I've ever come across that. There might be an episode from a show that I hate, but I don't think I have a character I hate. It's honestly not something I've put enough thought into, so yeah. Dark purple? No, let's have okay, fine, let's have teal in here. And the last bit can be purple. Alright. Any more questions, guys? Ask away. Questions, it could be about anything and everything. Let's get a conversation going here. Hold that thought, I need a drink. My thoughts on Disney remakes, as in live action remakes, utterly pointless. The only good Disney live action remake, in my opinion, is 101 Dalmatians. The rest were just kind of why. Well, now that I've said that, I'm remembering the Cinderella remake, and I remember liking that one, but I clearly didn't like it enough to watch it again. So I hated the Aladdin one. That was so boring. I didn't even finish it. I'm like, I'm bored. Why am I bored? Like, why am I bored? Like, Aladdin is one of the most energetic, upbeat Disney movies ever, and I'm bored. Why am I bored? So yeah, that was awful. The Beauty and the Beast one was probably the worst. Maleficent's not really a live action remake. It's basically Disney throwing its toys out of the pram over not being able to get the rights to make Wicked, so they just took Maleficent and made her a victim of circumstance. I'm like, you made the mistress of all evil the mistress of a victim of circumstance? Really? Oh my god, that was awful. Okay, the sequel's even worse. Yeah, hate that. I have a soft spot for 102 Dalmatians, but that's probably because I love Glenn Close so much, and her performance in that is so hammy and over the top. I love it. It's great. The Jungle Book remake, kind of forgetful. That's probably because I prefer the Andy Serkis version, which came out around the same time, which sadly the Disney one overshadowed. The Andy Serkis Jungle Book is fantastic. I loved it. The Dumbo one, I mainly only watched it because Tim Burton directed it. That was the only reason, and it was okay. It was alright, but yeah, it kind of forgetful. I like that the movie wasn't so much focused on Dumbo himself, but more the children. I like that because, well, you're not going to sit and watch a 90-minute film with. It worked for the 60-minute long original. It worked, but for a live action remake, you can't. In my opinion, you can't really do that. So, excuse me. I didn't find it pointless because it was different enough from the original to be its own thing. Are there any fantasy creatures you wish appeared in MLP but didn't? I know they're in the comics. I would have liked to have seen kelpies. And that's not because they're from Scottish folklore or Irish folklore. It's because it would have been interesting to see an evil water horse in a show. Like, they could be. I don't know what to say about that. It's just something I wish that was in G4. When you say appeared in MLP but didn't, I'm assuming you're just referring to G4, not every reiteration in general. But yeah. Okay, what should go next to that one? Dark red. We don't have you in there yet. Okay. And then have green. Green. Okay, green. What do you think about people who say art isn't a real job? I myself think they don't understand, and I'm not an artist, I just try to be understanding. Well, I've made a few videos about that very subject, so you can watch them, but, of course art is a real job. If you're making money doing something, it's a job, you know, that's what you do. You're getting paid for something that you're trained in, or qualified to do, that's a job. But some people have this mindset that if you're in a job that you enjoy, therefore it's not a job. Or you're doing a job where you don't have to leave the house. People say that's not a real job because you're not going out. You know, you're not going out to an office, or you're not going out to a store, you're not going out to, you know, you're not, it's not physical work. You know, people have their opinion on what a so-called real job is, but it's like, I've had that happen when people ask me, so what do you do? I say, oh, I'm an artist, and like some of them are like, oh, that's interesting, and they'll ask me like what I do, and so I'll tell them that's great. But sometimes you do get a feeling that they're like, oh, they're not into that, they don't know anything about it, they don't really understand how you can make money doing art. They don't understand how that works, because most people that aren't into art, when they think of art, they think of a picture on a wall. That's all they think of. They don't associate art with, like, they don't think when they watch a TV show or a movie or whatever, some people don't realize that someone has to actually sit down and decide what that's going to look like. That's what a concept artist does. That's what I do. So, you know, I'll do that, or that's what I've done in the past, and that's what I'd like to do more of. Or at the moment, I'm trying to do book illustration, so which is very difficult to get into, and I've been really lucky in that regard to get a few contracts where I can illustrate books. So that's great. So, you know, when people ask me, I usually say, oh, I'll use that as an example instead of talking about doing concept art for video games or like indie movies or whatever. I'll be like, well, everyone knows, everyone reads books, and like if they've got kids, then I'll be like, hey, I illustrate kids books, you know. So then be like, oh yeah, I can buy this book, yes, and support the author, you know, like. If I wrote my own book and illustrated it, then even better. But at the moment, I'm not in that position yet. I'm not a writer, so yeah, it's something I really enjoy talking about. Like being able to say I do this and I earn money doing it. It's a privilege, and it's something I've worked really hard to be able to do. But I know that not everyone is so lucky, and I know that people don't see it as a job, and that's just how things are. You can't really change people's minds all that much. It's definitely an interesting conversation to have with someone when you say, yeah, I did this, or you vend at conventions, and they'd be like, oh, when you tell them how much money some vendors can make at a convention, some of them are shocked that you can actually make like a couple of $1,000s at a con if you know what you're doing. That's quite, it's not easy, that's the wrong term, but it's doable, you know, for some people. I've done it myself. It's interesting. So that sounds like a lot, but when you take off all of the cost it took to actually get to the convention, like your travel costs, your accommodation, the cost for making all the stock you're selling, all the stuff you've bought in order to have a display, pay for the table, pay for the public liability insurance and all that kind of stuff, it mounts up. So sometimes you don't make a profit in spite of making thousands, you know. It's difficult. I mean, I haven't done conventions since 2019, and I really miss that environment. So, hey, I'm gonna add a new color in here because I'm running out of choice. So I'm gonna add a dark green here. We're going to change one of these books. Let's change this guy right here to green. There we go. Alright. Can I just say, I'm going to contradict what I just said, because art, you could say, is not a real job. It's a lifestyle, really. Going somewhere?
I thought we were going to the...
We can do. Alright, I can pause. Alright guys, I'm gonna pause the stream here. We're gonna go to the store and get some food. So, we will be back shortly. Alright, we are back. Okay, the trip to the store turned into a trip to the store and Arby's.
Yes.
So we have Arby's, and I have a hubby as well.
Yep.
Say hi, hubby.
Hi, hubby.
E. So it was a much longer break than intended, but I appreciate the people that have hung around. So we'll get back into drawing as soon as I'm done eating. So let's just stare at the pretty background for now. Well, I say pretty background. It's not pretty yet, but it will be. Okay. Wow. And how is everyone doing? Everyone doing? Oh, I forgot sauce. Darn it. Oh, Han?
What?
Did you say that they gave us sauce by mistake?
Huh?
Did you say they gave us sauce by mistake?
Yes, for me probably. Because I'm special.
You are special.
There's a joke I could finish with, but I'm not going to.
You're special to me. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of sauce is it?
I think it might be a barbecue.
Or it doesn't say. It just says Arby's sauce.
I don't know. Poke a hole in it.
Well,
Take a sip.
well, it's a problem if it's steak sauce, but I'm guessing it's not.
Woman!
What? Excuse me?
Woman!
Man!
Yes?
Well, I could have gone all God of War on you and went, boy! But I didn't.
You're only 2 months older than me, so shush!
I'm still older.
Huh?
I'm still older.
And?
Therefore, you're superior.
Okay, Blondie.
What did I do with the sauce? Oh, it's there.
See?
I put it down for 2 seconds and then I lost it. Okay. Please tear here. No, don't tell me what to do.
I'll do whatever I want.
I'll do whatever I want. And then I'll end up wearing the sauce.
Yep.
Okay. Scarfings of fries. Well, I am also, I'm currently trying to open a sauce packet. I'm doing so with my teeth. Yeah, that's...
In canon lore,
About
Mary
what?
Sue,
No.
the only thing she cannot do is open a
Ugh.
packet of Arby's.
Ugh.
What?
I don't like that sauce.
Oh my goodness. Ugh.
Gross.
Beth.
Oh, that's disgusting. Oh my god. Gross. Ugh.
Alright. You said you could have my disgusting sauce. How dare you? Well, I might have it because I don't have any other sauce to have. So, well, I do. There's ketchup in the fridge, but I can't be bothered getting up again. So, what kind of fries are you having, Joey?
Curly fries.
I'm having curly fries, of course. Yeah. Well, Joey says he's eating fries as well, and I want to find out what kind of fries.
Mmm. Ow.
Nom, nom, nom. Nope, the stream is not over. It's just we were on a longer break than intended.
Yes.
That's what happens when you go to the store.
Yeah.
Oh, and someone also left their wallet in one of the carts when we were putting the cart back. So I had to run back inside with the wallet.
Yep.
And then we decided to go to Arby's. So, eat.
They do not have that fish and chips thing that I wanted.
Worst Arby's ever.
Yeah, no. A week after they opened, they had it, and then it's just like, oh no, we're not gonna have it again. I'm like, what? What kind of heresy is this?
Alright. Heresy. Heresy.
Heresy.
Heresy.
I wonder if that's
I'm
named
so
after-
melancholy.
I wonder if that was actually named after Hera.
Maybe.
Chat, find that out.
Hey Google. It's not plugged in, so it's fine.
Yep.
Yay, Google can't spy on us. Nah.
They do anyhow.
Yeah, they do
On
anyhow.
YouTube.
You know.
So therefore they do spy on us.
This stream is sponsored by Arby's.
Not really, but okay.
Not really, but okay.
No, not bad.
Okay. What sandwich did I get again? I got the chicken something. What was it? Chicken and bacon?
Yeah, for the Swiss.
Okay. I'll need to take my dietary supplement then. One sec. I didn't know there was cheese on it. Alright. Okay. We will get back into the drawing shortly. It's not a good idea to draw while you're eating because I don't want to get my tablet dirty. This tablet was expensive, so. Okay, my boy. Okay. Come on, don't drop the tablet. Don't drop the tablet. Thank you. I do prefer the ones that dissolve instead of the ones you have to swallow. But it's fine.
Which tablet? The tablet you eat or the tablet that you draw on that I didn't help unpack?
I'm sorry about.
Which tablet?
Well,
The tablet you eat or the tablet that you draw on and I did not help you unpack?
I'm not understanding your question.
You said I don't want to get this with the tablet.
I don't want to drop the tablet, and then I said I prefer the tablets that dissolve rather than the ones you have to swallow whole. And that the ones that I've got just now are the ones you have to swallow whole. And I don't like that. I mean, they're small enough, so it's fine, but still, yeah, I don't like it. Still eating. No. Hon,
What?
come here a second.
What?
No, just come here a second.
What?
Just come here. Come here.
What?
Come here. Get over here.
No?
Come here. Come here. Come here. Get over here.
What?
Come here. Come here. Look. That's from Frost. Look.
Ha
I love you.
Yes. Still, I wonder if they have this in a smaller size, right above the box she's looking at.
In my defense, I'm stupid. Okay, context. We needed a new box of cereal. I wanted to get Cheerios whole grain. And I was looking at the Cheerios whole grain and it was the family size box. And I was trying to find the smaller size because we don't need a family size box of cereal. And I'm like, I can't see the smaller size. And it was right above the family size. Now the reason why I couldn't see it is because, excuse me, even though it was the smaller box, they had another box on top of it, but it was lying down flat. So it looked like that was the top of the rest of the box, so I thought it was another family size. Even though the top of the family size box is labeled purple.
Blue.
Blue, whatever. And yeah, I'm done. At least I own it.
I'm even saying I'm stupid. Hey! Wait, that's not a good thing.
Yes, trash.
I am best abomination. Wait, that's not a good thing. No, no, no.
We are a family, but there's only two. Well, there's two of us, and as far as I know, I'm the only one that eats that cereal. Could be wrong about that. I don't know if someone else eats the cereal. I know you don't eat the cereal. You don't really. You're not a cereal person. You're a oatmeal person. Yes? He has his headset on. He might not hear what I'm saying.
Nom, nom, nom.
Alright, finishing my fries and then I'm eating my burger. Joey says,
I made a say when I'm the best migraine ever.
yep. Almost done. And then we can start on the burger. Thank you for buying Arby's. Thank you for buying Arby's.
No problem.
Because I had every intention of just having soup for dinner today. Nom, nom, nom. Okay, you can live over here for now. There's tomato on it. No. There's 2 slices of tomato on it. Even worse. Gross. You can live over there forever. Don't ever darken my door again. Ugh. Gross. Do you have a napkin there? Or like,
What?
kitchen? Do you have a napkin or a kitchen roll thing there?
Yeah.
Just something to hold the burger with. Thank you.
Come on.
Have you heard of the My Little Pony game Equestria at War? No. Is it a fan-made game? I'm assuming it is. Or it might be an expansion pack to the tabletop game that's like D&D but MLP. We should have bought more kitchen roll today. Okay, wish me luck, this has cheese in it. But it's also got bacon in it, so yeah. Okay, Frost, thank you for hanging out and modding the stream and just being awesome as always, and poking my husband. That sounds wrong, but or right. Okay. Well, that's a good burger. Let me just see what I'm doing. I'm going to... What the heck? What? Okay. Save. And save as. I thought you said you needed to go. I gotta go soon. Need to be up early for work. And now you're saying, I'm not leaving yet, you goof, just giving heads up. Also poke him more later. No, don't tell me what to do. Maddie redraw copy. Let's do 2. See. Alright, let's see. Can you close the door over, please? Can you close the door over? Thank you. Oh, wrong folder, that's why. I was like, where's the thing I'm working on? Oh. Darn, I missed a thing. Alright. Alright, periodically I will be eating my burger, but let's just have something happening on screen. Okay, Bix. Bix. We like Bix. We like books on shelves. We like books organized what? Organized together. I don't know. English. Okay, ask me questions, guys. Ask me stuff. I'm going to turn the music up as well because it's really quiet for me, so I'm guessing you guys cannot hear it. Just going out on a limb there. Why is that so quiet? I don't get it. That's weird. Okay, that's better. About midway. It's just a really quiet soundtrack. That's bizarre. Okay. Why is a raven like a writing desk? Oh sure, now you get loud. Alright, this album's not being balanced properly, it's annoying me. Let's do this. Let's just play the playlist we were playing earlier. See the level difference in that? That's a lot louder than the stuff that was just playing. That's so weird. Why is a raven like a writing desk? It's one of those questions that it does have an answer. They were both used by Edgar Allan Poe. That's all I've got right now. How about I can't play licensed music in the live stream. Sorry, I'm not taking music requests. Because my stream would get taken down if I did that. It's a good song though, I approve. We do like our power metal around here, but I sadly cannot play it in a live stream. If we were on Picarto TV, that wouldn't be a problem, but streaming on YouTube, no, can't do it. Eating my burger. This is yummy. I like it. I like the spicy mustard and bacon. Not so sure about the cheese, but that's alright. I like it so much better when they put the mustard on the bottom instead of the top, because it then it seeps into the bread more. Because when it's on the top, it just drips out. It's gross. Did we get you Arby's Frost? No. You're gonna pay for it? Oh. What are you looking for? Oh. I'm just getting like happy Maddie noises because she's eating a burger. Specifically a chicken burger with bacon and cheese and spicy mustard and some lettuce. Yeah, the closest Arby's to us used to be about a 20-minute drive away, and then one opened at our Walmart, so we were like, hey, we can go there now. We like Arby's. Am I a Sonic fan? I wouldn't say so. No. I mean, I've seen the first most recent movie. Haven't seen the second one yet. I've played the original Sonic, and that's about it. I wouldn't call myself a fan. It's not that I don't like it. It's just it didn't really appeal to me personally. So. But if you like it, that's awesome. You want an Arby's that's with closer than a 40-minute drive. Yeah, I feel you. I should watch the second one. I will eventually. I mean, I have the first one on Blu-ray. I'm not a Sonic fan, but I am a Jim Carrey fan, so that's really the only reason why I bought the Blu-ray. And I bought the Blu-ray before I even haven't seen the movie, so, you know. Although saying that, I do have some episodes of Sonic Underground, I just remembered, in my DVD collection, which I haven't watched yet. And you can watch them on Netflix, I know, but I like having the physical copies. Then you can watch them if the Wi-Fi goes out. You can, excuse me, you can still watch stuff. Alright, better break over. There's one thing missing from Doc's office that should be there. And what is that? If you say Mary Sue, I swear. I mean, he's got a plushie of his brother, he's got a picture of his wife, there's a Fluttershy plush there as well, and a cup of tea and I know he doesn't drink tea, but whatever. A cup of tea and a cup of coffee and a houseplant. Doc's engineer hat. That's very true, but I very much doubt Doc would keep his engineer hat in his office. I don't know where I would put it at this point. I could put it on the top of the book. I don't know. And a Mary Sue Frost.
Whatever.
Okay. Let's see. More books. I wouldn't have said anything if you hadn't mentioned it. That's very true, yes. Excuse me. You're right. I doomed myself. Well, the Turek Dragon, that was based on Dusk Claire's art, and she sent it over last night when I told her I was drawing Doc's office, and I said it just needs a Fluttershy plush and a Turek plush, and she said, hey, you can use my Turek plush as reference. I'm like, yes, thank you. So, I can't take the credit for that. I have a scratch on my finger, like on my hand, like, I did not notice that. How did I get that? Okay. It's not bleeding or anything, it's fine, but eh. But yeah, I used her drawing as reference. Squeak, 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 my lord. That was a straw going into a cup. Excuse me. Good lord. Let's make this. Ooh, hello. That's not the colour I want. I want pink. That's what I want. most dedicated artist. No. Nah. No. Nope. Nope. Could you see Sakura and Dr. Wolf working together? Has Doc done a moment with Dr. Wolf with Sakura? I can't remember. Excuse you. Could I see them working together? Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. I could ask him, but I don't think he's online right now. Am I always mad? Is that why you're called Mad Munchkin? No. I made a video about why I'm called Mad Munchkin. So if you want to find out why I'm called Mad Munchkin, watch the video that explains it. It's funny, like some videos, unless there's a pony on it, it gets like really low views. It's funny. Anyway, what color should this one be? This one's green. This one should be dark green. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's go with that, shall we? They are both great when it comes to medicine. No, they're not. Doc's not that kind of doctor. His OC is not that kind of doctor. He's not a doctor at all. So, no. There's a book missing from Doc's shelf. Maybe Sue's autobiography. You're funny. You're a funny guy. Alright, let's make you blue. He's something... What? Worse than he's something worse than accountant. Oh, that's mean. That's awful. I mean, it's true, but in the sense that yes, he is an like real life, he is an accountant. But oh my lord, that's mean. Worse than. Do I think that Rainbow Dash is gay? I don't know and I don't care. Let's see. Purple. Oops. I need purple. Purple. The sexuality of fictional characters is not really something I sit down and think about, to be honest. I mean, if she was, that's cool, that's great, you know, representation and all that, but I really don't care. I think I'll make you purple as well. I don't think sexual orientations is something that should be well, it's a kids show, and I just don't think that should be a topic in there, but that's just my opinion. Whatever. Okay. Like, you can have characters with different sexual orientations in a kids show, that's fine, but I'm like, I don't think it should be like at the forefront, you know, like it's just there. It doesn't have to be pointed out, you know. It's like, that's normal. That's a thing. Okay, great. All opinionated. I'm going to add another red book right here. I feel like there should be one here. Excuse me. I know this stage, it's very tedious because all we're doing is just colouring in essentially rectangles. And yes, it is kind of boring, but it has to be done. And it also has to be done in a way that doesn't draw the eye away from the main character. So the main characters in this being Doc in his chair and then Maddie on the sofa. But you can switch out the character. It doesn't have to be Maddie, it can be someone else. But for this drawing, it's Maddie. Because it's basically a redraw of the first moment with Dr. Wolf we did. So because I saw it the other day and I'm like, oh, I need to redraw that, that's an awful drawing. So yeah, this is an update. And I've been doing that a lot, like redrawing old pieces. I've done that a lot recently, so yeah. This is just another occasion of that happening again. Alright, let's go for teal next. Ask me questions, ask me questions. Let's start a conversation. Can't English today, but I will try. Dark green next. Okay. Then dark red at the bottom. This one. And light green right here. Do I have a favorite fruit? That's a random question. I don't know. Apple, I guess. What's my all-time favorite video game? My favorite video game ever is Batman Arkham City. What's the silliest joke that's made you laugh? My face? Why does Maud Pie look so depressed? She's not, well, she's not meant to look depressed. She's meant to look stone-faced. There's a joke in there. Yes. Yeah, we had a discussion about video games earlier that we basically turned into me ranting about QuickTime events. I hate QuickTime events in video games so much. And I know there's entire games that are nothing but QuickTime events, and I hate those. Anyway, I just avoid them. Some people are just stoic. I would say that I myself am quite a stoic person at times. So, yeah. Alright, so next let's have dark red, I think, right here. So we're trying to avoid tangents. I don't want the colours to be like in a pattern too much. I'm trying to mix it up a bit. It's not easy. Stoic means that you take everything seriously, you're monotonal, and you tend not to have a sense of humor. You everything is done straight, like no messing around, no wasting time. Everything is serious. Maddie is a goofball, a wingnut, and knucklehead mix Bazatron, but most of all, she's a goofy goober. Okay. I'm guessing that's a quote from something, but I really don't know what. Sorry. Can I guess what it's from? Is it from SpongeBob? It sounds like something from SpongeBob. You're welcome. Okay, see right here, when we shaded in Doc's main body, we went over the edges a bit, so, but that's okay, we can tidy that up later. The SpongeBob movie. Okay, thank you. I believe I have seen it. I don't remember anything from it. There's several SpongeBob movies, but yeah. I'm guessing that. Excuse you. I'm guessing that was the first one. No clue. Let's have a pink one again, right here. Then go back to purple. No, there's a purple one right there. Yeah, let's do it. Screw it. Why not? Purple. No, that's... Yeah, I was right. Listen to your heart. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Sponge out of water. Okay. I'm gonna teal for a while. Alright, let's do this. How many SpongeBob movies are there? Like 4? The one with David Hasselhoff, yes. Sponge on the Run. I have seen that one. It's not very good. In my opinion. Oh, there's a cubic right above that one, so let's not do that. Let's do this instead. Yeah, I didn't like SpongeBob on the Run. I'm guessing, Joey, that you didn't like it either. I don't know, it was just... First of all, they weren't really on the run. And it was basically a preface to the new series that was like a prequel series. Because they spent like 20 minutes with the characters talking about how they met SpongeBob, and I'm like, what is going on? Why has the story come to a sudden and complete standstill? I don't want the... Okay, fine. Dark red, right here. Sponge Out of Water is not the first one. Okay, what one is the first one then? Oh, that's one more shelf done. I'm so happy. We've got 2 more to go. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to Control S, not Control Z. The animation was really cool. There was celebrity cameos. Well, there were celebrity cameos in yeah. No spin-offs. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The first one was simply the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I don't think I've seen it. So that's not the one with David Hasselhoff? I'm so confused. Which one have I seen? I don't know. I've seen the most recent one. I know that, but the SpongeBob movie. I don't know if I've seen it or not. That's so frustrating. Okay, whatever. Okay. It doesn't matter. I don't really plan on watching them anyway, so it's fine. I'm not worried. Books, yes, books, indeed, books. Books. I'm gonna be seeing books in my sleep later, I swear. I feel like I've been doing nothing but colouring books all day. And I know that's not true because we did the line work earlier, but oh my lord, it's taking forever. Whose idea was this again? Let's blame Doc, it's his fault. It's your fault. Blame the puppy. Okay. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell him I said that. Okay. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh lord. Alright, let's move on from SpongeBob because I'm confused as to what's going on in the chat. Alright, so what can we talk about? Last book you... Here's the irony. The last book you coloured was a colouring book. Somehow doubt Doc would have a colouring book in his office. That would be funny if he did, though. That would be funny. Like, maybe that's what he's got in his hand. It's like... if that was a book, it would be a colouring book. Have I seen the Batman movie? Help me out here. Which one do you mean? There's a lot of Batman movies. Which one do you mean? The most recent one, I'm guessing? If you mean the most recent one, I haven't seen it. I know you were just answering my question. I know that, Joey. I know. And I appreciate it. I just want to move on. Because I can't contribute to the conversation. What do I like to collect? I used to collect pens. And I used to collect keyrings and pins. Stopped doing that now. I don't really... I sold most of my collections for moving to the US, so still got a couple of things, but like collectible figurines of characters I like, Jack Skellington stuff. I still have my Hercules collection, that's not going anywhere. That's still... well, that's in Scotland, but I hope to eventually have it over here at some point, but we'll see. There are some colouring books for adults, I'm very aware, I just... Doc doesn't strike me as the type. Batman Mask of the Phantasm is bloody brilliant. One of the best Batman movies ever made. Live action and animated. My favourite... ooh, that's not going to work because there's a screen right above it. My favourite Batman movie is actually Batman Beyond. Return of the Joker. That's a fantastic movie. It's so good. So for me it would go Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker, then Mask of the Phantasm, then Batman 1989, then The Dark Knight, then Batman Forever, and then the rest are kind of in a pile all together. I was really looking forward to the Killing Joke adaptation, and apart from the first 20-minute segment, which was not the Killing Joke, the actual Killing Joke section that was the Killing Joke was really good, but I can't have it anywhere near my top favourite because they forced in a really awful segment to do with Batgirl at the front. I'm like, nope, that's awful. Don't like it. Why did you do that? Okay, let's make you pink. No, let's not make you pink because there's pink right there. Okay, let's make it teal. I'm trying to avoid patterns where I can. Trying and failing miserably. Okay. The Killing Joke is my favorite graphic novel. So I was looking forward to it, but yeah, I even went to a late night showing of it, which it was just one screening in a local cinema, just one screening, and it was so good. I have seen Return of the Cape Crusader. That was great. I loved that. It was silly. It was goofy. Yeah, that was good. Thank you. I've not finished my burger yet.
For your
I
drink?
have a straw.
Okay.
Thank you. Alright. Okay guys, we have been streaming all day, so I need to end the stream soon. Probably in about 15 minutes. But let's see if we can get these two shelves done and then see where we're at time-wise. Well, not the shelves done, but just the books coloured in anyway. It's been a long day, like, just working, and I've got an exciting day tomorrow, so that's good. Just something's arriving that I've been waiting on for a long time, so I'm really happy that it's finally on its way. So, I mean, it's probably in the local post office as we speak, so yay. Jasper and Casper as Snoopy versus the Red Baron. I don't know what the Red Baron is. Well, I was away for like a whole hour because I had to go to the store to get some groceries, so I haven't actually been streaming for, where's the, yeah, I haven't actually been drawing for 8 hours. I've been streaming. Kick its muscle. What? Kick its muscle. What? Muzzle. I'm confused. What? Why are you saying kick its muzzle? What? Don't confuse the Maddie. No. No, don't do that to me. Okay. We are so close to the end, guys. It's... Yay. Nope, I can't have that color there. Okay. Okay, let's see. His muzzle? What? I'm going to ignore that, because that could be misconstrued in so many ways, Frost. But, no. No. Just, no. Okay, when we get this shelf done, I'm calling it a day. And then maybe we'll do another live stream tomorrow as well. We shall see. No, that can't be there because it's right underneath another book that's green, so let's... Trying to avoid tangents here. I mean, that teal blue is really close to that, but I can live with it because it's not directly underneath. So it's fine. Jasper's Fez. What secrets does it hold? Well, if we know that, then it wouldn't be a secret anymore, would it? So let's leave it as is. There's something to be said about mystery. It's just like, why is Maddie's hat so important to her? What's the deal there? Yeah, I'm still going because that's how long it takes to do something like this. Although I was off stream for just over an hour because I had to go to the store. So, I have not been drawing for 8 hours, but I have been live for 8 hours. Hey, that's a standard workday length. That's not long. It's fine. In fact, I might do some editing tomorrow instead of live streaming. I really need to catch up on my editing. But it's fine. I forgot about the pink book. Okay, pink. We have pink. Maybe all the pink books are Mary Sue's books that she's snuck in there. It holds the secret of how to deep fry the nosy caribou who wouldn't mind his own business. I can believe that. Nosy caribou. When did Silverquill drop Maddie's hat in the mud? He didn't drop it in the mud. He walked into her as he was walking backwards and it fell off. That was in the first TF2 episode that Maddie appeared in. So that was in that was in TF2. It wasn't in my stuff. Okay. We're making progress. We are almost done. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 books to go. I mean, you say you're not a caribou, but... Inside Jasper's Fez, there's another millimetric... I can't say that word. Smaller Fez. I'm mostly into the DCAU and Tim Burton Batman stuff, though I do commend the newest movie for putting big emphasis on the detective part of the Dark Knight's career. Thank you! I haven't seen the new movie yet, and that was one of the things I heard about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, they remembered that he's a detective. They actually remembered that. Oh, yay, they brought back the mystery and that part of Batman. Yes, thank you. Great. That was another thing I liked about Arkham City. There was a lot of detective work you had to do. That was great. I liked that. I just assume it dispenses mini fezzes like a fez dispenser. Joey, do you have a fez dispenser? Because if you don't, you should. We should build one. We should build a fez dispenser. No! You know what? Even better. We should build a fez minigun. And it shoots fezzes. No, not even a minigun. Like one of the mini nukes from Fallout, except instead of mini nukes, it launches fezzes. But they still explode on impact. Yes. Yeah, you know, Robert Pattinson is actually a brilliant actor, and some of the films I've seen him in, yeah, other than Twilight, he's fantastic. I haven't seen the new Batman yet, but I'm excited to see it eventually when I get around to it. Let's have green. No, let's have dark green then. We can have dark green, that's fine. Yeah. The Fez Magisword, that kinda counts. Yeah. It does. Of course it does. It's the Magisword. Yes. It's like, can you guess what color she's gonna go for next? You'll never guess. I like to keep people guessing. Okay, I'm stuck. What should I do next? This color? Should know, because it's right. Ah! Now I'm trapped in a corner. Teal again, I guess. Okay, fine. I don't like doing that because it's like a tangent. Ugh. Nope. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. It don't work. Okay. Oh, that's better. Okay, I feel much better now. Good. You learned how to make coffee? Yay! You can make coffee for me! You can make coffee for me, Joey! Oh wait. You learned how to make coffee today. Okay. What kind of coffee? What kind of coffee? It's like a Fez dispenser, but it's a Pez dispenser. Even better. Yes. Yes, I approve. I fully endorse this message. This is the last book. Are you excited? You should be. But you should also be sad, because that means the stream is over. The kind you drink. Alright, Mr. Smart Arse. Yeah, the kind you drink. I wasn't asking you anyway, Frost. I was asking Joey, so shut up. Be quiet, you caribou. And what am I, your barista? Yeah, you told me you learned to make coffee, so yeah, you are. You are my barista. You said that you learned how to make coffee. So you've doomed yourself, basically. Okay, we are done for the day. I didn't think we would get this done today. I tried, but no. Considering I only started doing this yesterday, I think we've made good progress. I like the little Tyrek plushie up there. I like the picture of Lady Wolf. and the little Fluttershy plushie. Her eye's not coloured in, but that's okay. Let's get rid of Doc and Maddie for a minute. So there's the background on its own. So yeah, there's like colours here and there that I've bled over, but that can be tidied up later. Yeah. Joey doesn't work in a pizza shop. His OC does. Let's segregate the character from the real person, shall we? Okay, why is it that the DCAU is more of a connected universe than the live action stuff? I really don't know how to answer that question. I really don't. But that look, the office, it looks nice and cozy and inviting, right? So far, even though it's just a flat colour. And then tomorrow we'll do the light and shadow, and then after that the texture. That's the fun part. Well, the fun part is, it's all fun, but yeah. Alright guys, I am ending the stream because I have been streaming for 8.5 hours. Drawing for about 6.5, so yeah, we are going to end the stream. So I really appreciate everyone that came by because this was a spontaneous live stream. Hopefully we'll be able to do this on a regular basis. Maybe once a week. I kind of just stream when I feel like it, so I don't have a schedule. But yeah, thank you and stay safe. Wash your hands, put your shopping cart away, wear your seatbelt, and all that awesome stuff. And yeah, just take care of yourselves and be excellent to each other. Alright, and stay creative, of course. And all that crap. Alright. Bye, guys.